magnificent opening, simply awesome. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome indeed to the Huawei Cloud Summit Conference. My name is Champagne, absolutely my honor to serve you as your MC of today. Well, I have learned that many of our guests coming from near and far, some even fly all the way to Malaysia, coming uphill to attend the Huawei Cloud Summit Conference 2021. Huawei truly appreciates your presence. Without you, this conference would not be possible. So ladies and gentlemen, to kick off this lovely morning, could you please give yourself a big round of applause for being here today? Thank you very much. Well, Huawei is the global leader in ICT technology. Our mission is to expand the benefits of technology to everyone, everywhere. To achieve this, we have developed a digital inclusion strategy that focuses on 3 areas: technologies, applications, and skills. We believe that technology will make life better for every individual, home, and organization. And one of our taglines today is to grow with intelligence. So today, we are bringing some of the biggest key industry players to share their experiences with Huawei Cloud technology. Well, these experts are going to share with you how Huawei Cloud helped them adapt to change and digitalize their businesses in response to the post-pandemic. So today, it will be full of fun and it will be very exciting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a Thursday morning. It's a morning. What's better way to be inspired by the future, right? Now, without further ado, I would like to invite you to watch a video. Could you please direct your attention to the LED screen at the back? We are going to show you a very special video, and this video is presented to you by Mr. Michael Yuan, CEO of Huawei Malaysia, for his opening remarks. Let's take a look.
Distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here today with us. We are delighted to have you with us for this Cloud Summit. As a global technology leader and enabler, Huawei firmly believes that the current era, which is largely driven and powered by 5G, cloud, and artificial intelligence, is built on the following pillars: ubiquitous connectivity, pervasive intelligence, digital platforms to enable vertical industries to realize their digital transformation, personal devices for users, and digital energy. Information technology is no longer a supporting system today, but is now the engine for the transformation of traditional industries. And this is not possible without cloud computing. Digital transformation relies on digital technology, and the cloud is an important part of the equation. Companies should exploit this advantage of cloud computing to set up a robust digital transformation framework that is secure, cost-effective, efficient, and in compliance with regulations. Cloud technology has become vital for organizations and businesses to build resilience, especially in this post-pandemic era. It is a critical enabler for businesses to embrace the workplaces of the future by reimagining new products, services, and processes. It is a catalyst for the digital transformation. Cloud computing will become the key to technological innovation and serve as a foundation for the business innovation. Launched only 4 years ago globally, Huawei Cloud has already brought together more than 2.3 million developers, 14,000 consulting partners, and 6,000 technology partners. and made more than 4,500 services available in the Huawei marketplace. The operation of Huawei Cloud and its partners currently covers from more than 170 countries and regions in the world, and it is now one of the 2 largest cloud service providers in China and the top 5 globally. From financial service, automotive, e-commerce, healthcare, and life science to industries such as manufacturing, even gaming, we are determined to provide reliable, secure, and cost-effective cloud services to help organizations of all sizes grow in today's intelligent world. Ladies and gentlemen, in Malaysia, Huawei is working with Telekom Malaysia Berhad on their Alpha Edge, the only Malaysia-owned cloud and AI infrastructures and services to enterprises and government institutions that ensures data sovereignty. With TM's data centers located in the country, Alpha Edge is able to provide full data residence, locality, and sovereignty in Malaysia, which are subjected to regulation of Malaysia. By tapping into Huawei cloud technology, Alpha Edge service will enable vertical industries customers to also enjoy the power of reliable, secure, agile, and future-ready cloud platform and services to drive their digital transformation journey. This is a critical factor in accelerating Malaysia's digital transformation journey towards becoming the ASEAN digital hub. With the disruption to physical classes during the pandemic, Huawei's cloud computing has introduced the smart education system, including hybrid learning, which increases the participation and engagement between the student and teachers, and allow for some students attending class in person while others join virtually. Solutions such as these are crucial in ensuring learning continuity and ensure those studying from home and those physically in the classroom are exposed to the same teaching quality. Ladies and gentlemen, digital transformation will not be possible without proper digital talents and assistance to tech companies in accelerating the speed of digitalization to enable them to contribute to the digital economy. Huawei's Spark program is a step in that direction. Launched last year in Malaysia, the objective of this program is to incubate tech startups through cloud collaboration, continuous tech innovation, global and local services, and high-quality business ecosystems. We believe that the startups and SMEs are the innovators, disruptors, and pioneers of this age. Helping startups address their challenges will assist them in seizing the opportunities posed by digital transformation. We will keep working hard to strengthen the foundations of collaboration with our partners from both the government and private sectors, and we look forward to growing together with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that a better connected Malaysia will become a prosperous future for one and all. We look forward to being an integral part of this growing technology-based economy and building that the future for all Malaysians. Together, I believe we can do wonders. Thank you once again for being here today. I hope the session today are enjoyable, informative, and beneficial to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yuan, for the inspirational speech. Under the leadership of Mr. Yuan, as well as our management team, we have grown a team of outstanding Huawei Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, you know in Malaysia, in Chinese, we call it 步步高升, which means to scale ever greater heights, which means we are getting better and better. How about a round of applause? Thank you. No doubt the pandemic has changed our daily lives, and it has speed up the digitalization. Now we can see 3 to 4 years of progress in just 3 to 4 months. So what are the key trends and opportunities for Malaysians in terms of cloud businesses? Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Lim Chi Seong, Vice President, Cloud of AI Business, Huawei Malaysia, to share his views. Mr. Lim, please.
Hello everyone, a very good morning to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to join Huawei Cloud Summit Malaysia 2021. I think it has been 2 years that we are now physically together. So to me, after 2 years, is the first time that I'm on the stage at this height, on the cloud at Genting Highlands. I feel very excited. Welcome all to this today's event again. So in my section, I would like to share with you some thought about how cloud could transform industry and how industry could be accelerated through everything as a services. So let's look at the industry trend. So on the left-hand side, we have seen that a study has shown that there are many of the industry that have already gone through digital transformation. We have seen industry like the finance, healthcare, telecommunication, media, Concord medias, small and medium enterprise. Because of the pandemic, they have been all accelerated and pushed to the boundary of going forward. And another study has shown that for those that have been digitalized, they can grow 5 times faster than those that are lagging behind. And that gap will be widening further in the long run. So from here, we can see that in order to move forward in the next 5 to 10 years to make your business be more competitive, we have no doubt about going to our digital journey. And for Huawei, and the key to success for any enterprise for a digital transformation is being cloud native. So we strongly believe that we all have to think cloud native, and we all have to act cloud native. And what does that mean by cloud native? That is all digital. That is all cloud, and it has to be AI driven. And to address this cloud native, Huawei Cloud is offering everything as a services. And it starts from infrastructures as a services for your global accessibility. And it also comes with technology as a services for a flexible innovation to your products. And lastly, we are offering expertise as a services for a shared excellence among the ecosystem. So let's look at what is infrastructure as a services. Today, Huawei will operate more than 170 countries. And because of our reach globally, so we are having 27 regions, 61 availability zones, and more than 2,500 of CDN nodes. So this global reach are able to support our client and partners to innovate your product, not only for Malaysia, for the region, but for the global continents. And in Malaysia, as what Michael Yan has mentioned just now, we work very closely with Telecom Malaysia. We are announcing and launching TM1 Cloud Alpha Edge last year, December. And in this year, August, we also have a soft launch, milestone launch about how quickly this Cloud Alpha Edge has been beefing up to serve most of the government and enterprises in Malaysia. And under these infrastructures as a services, we are offering Spark RTC. And this Spark RTC is able to offer between global all markets 200 milliseconds of latency for your services. And this is very important, especially for our media friends, Media Prima, to launch any digital media services to all the consumers. And secondly, we look at technology as a services. I mean, today, technology is everywhere, but how to adopt it on time, how to adopt the technology to innovate your products. So Huawei Cloud, and for Huawei in general, we have invested billions of dollars in our research and development. So we are turning that R&D effort into a technology available through our Huawei Cloud as an offering to all our clients and partners. Take an example of a function graph. So function graph is something that it holds and computes an event-driven function in a serverless context while ensuring high availability, scalability, and zero maintenance. So the benefit of having a function graph as your technology is able to help you to save up to 90% of the cost, while it reduces 85% of your implementation time and increase 10 times of the expansion agility. And the next one, we are offering our expertise as a services. Because in Huawei, we have wide portfolio. We have telco business group, we have enterprise business group, we have consumer business group, we have cloud business, and the newly added, we have a digital power business. So we are leveraging our wide portfolio of technology and products. And we are leveraging our understanding of consumer through consumer BG, enterprise through enterprise BG, network connectivity through our telco business group. And with that, innovate and accumulated and becoming a new technology services or expertise services to our client. This is what we call a microverse application PaaS services. So it is a platform from a joint innovation and digital transformation that we have built together with various industry partners. So from here, we can see we are offering a wide range of horizontal services to serve a different vertical industry. And we are offering that as a services through our Huawei Cloud. For this, everything as a services. And we are proud to say that we have been serving, and we are great to see that there are various enterprises in Malaysia has been undergoing such an exciting digital transformation journey. We thank to Sunway for the trust. We have been working very closely, especially during the pandemic time, of how to transform a Sunway group workload from on-prem to the cloud. We are in the midst of digitalizing the Sunway medical and healthcare arm, and we are in the midst of transforming their on-prem workload to the cloud. And there are more exciting services that we're going to jointly innovate through our digital innovation program. So our mission from Huawei is to be able to empowering Sunway Group to become a digital conglomerate. And from our friends from Hexa, we have been working since the day one when Huawei Cloud in Malaysia 2 years ago. And that is the little time that we have jointly innovated, tapping on Huawei Cloud and AI technologies by having a model arts, user-friendly tools. So Hexa is able to innovate and transform successfully from a conventional fruit and spices producer and now becoming a leading IoT service provider in Malaysia. And lastly, with the trust of Media Prima, by having expertise as a services. So we are jointly working very closely with iQIYI, a partner from China, to innovate and provide video on-demand services. Everything's getting cut over in less than 4 to 5 weeks. So these are the example, a great example of when everything as a services, things get changed. We need to change our mindset, the way we innovate our products and the way we adopt the technologies. And we are very proud to announce today that for our local infrastructures that jointly collaborate with TM1, we will launch the 3rd availability zone in Malaysia next year, March. And we will be the first one to have 3 availability zones from a cloud service provider in Malaysia. And that offers you 12/9 data consistencies. and almost 100 business continuity. And this will be very helpful for the next year, 5 new digital banks that's coming to Malaysia market. And besides the third availability zone, we're going to launch some new products over our Huawei Cloud. We have a hybrid cloud version of Huawei Cloud Stack 8.0, and there are plenty of it, including the Spark RTC that I mentioned just now, the Dev Cloud, the Function Cloud, and many, many more services that will be available through Huawei Cloud as well as Cloud Alpha Edge. But what's more, for us to move forward in the long run, we need friends and partners all together. This is why moving forward in year 2022, we would like to give more to our partners to work closely together. For our consulting partners, we are increasing our incentive from 30% all the way up to the 40%. They are up to $100,000 credits that are available for our joint effort and innovation. And for our technology partners, the credit or even the cash are always available for us to jointly work for any projects that we wish to. And later on, we're going to launch together with MDEC, Miranti, and all the partners for our Spark program year 2022. And what Michael Yan has mentioned, Spark, it means to nurture Malaysian startup, Malaysian SME. This is what today we have gathered all our partners all together. There are some from globals, and a lot of them are from locals. And many of them have been joining here today in this event. And partnership, ecosystem partnerships is very strategic to make sure that Huawei Cloud could able to offer everything as a services. And all these partners will ride on Huawei Cloud global infrastructures, being a public, hybrid mode, or edge, and very importantly, in Malaysia, TM1 Cloud Alpha Edge. So moving forward, in summary, ladies and gentlemen, we think that pandemic had changed the way we work and the way we live, but it also pushed our boundaries for digital innovation, for digital transformation. So moving forward, we should think cloud native, and we should act like a cloud native. And from Huawei Cloud, it's our duty to supercharging all of your digital journey. So I thank you everyone for your last 10 minutes. I hope everyone have a very fruitful day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lim, for the insightful sharing. Kindly return to your seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the next speaker, I would like to give you some background information about TM1. TM1 is the national telecommunications infrastructure provider of Malaysia's digital nation aspirations. By tapping into Huawei cloud technology, which provides a powerful computing platform and an easy-to-use development environment, such service will enable TM1's customer to enjoy the power of reliable, secure, and future-ready cloud platform and services to drive their digital transformation journey. Well, this collaboration between Huawei Malaysia and TM1 is definitely another milestone. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Rajab Sulaiman, Head of Product and Innovation, TM1, to share more about transformation with cloud. Mr. Muhammad Rajab Sulaiman, please.
Testing, okay. Very good morning, everyone. It's good to see everyone here, although I'm still a bit scared because of pandemic, but I take the courage to come here. You know, Chi Xiong mentioned a lot of new words. I thought in this, I've learned a lot. But seems like I need to learn a lot more. There's so many things to learn. I joined TM1 like 2 years ago. So we embark on this cloud journey. We learn a lot, and there's still a lot more to learn. TM1, as you know, today we are the enterprise and government arms of TM, serving the enterprise and government, providing the services to enterprise and government. So you know TM already. Our strength is the connectivity. So we are already at this digital connectivity, and you know very well of our strength. Then, like 3-4 years ago, we started the journey on data center. We have the data center, our flagship data center in Klang Valley and Iskandar Putri. So what's next after that? And then we look through it. We need the cloud. We need the cloud infrastructure. So we built the cloud together with Huawei. Although we have other clouds, we are multi-cloud provider, we are agnostic. But we know as well, we need a cloud infrastructure to move forward, to take our customer forward, to take transformation forward. So we built this cloud, and we call it Alpha Edge. Well, we could offer any other type of deployment of the cloud. We could do private cloud, we could do hybrid cloud, we could do any other public cloud. But the most important for us to have that cloud here in Malaysia to serve our enterprise and government sectors, to make sure the data stay in Malaysia, to ensure that the latency, all these critical workloads stay in Malaysia to serve the customer better. So that's what we did. And we built this digital infrastructure. And our final aim is to provide the digital services. And we are building it. We already have them. And we are building more of that. So this is what TM1 doing today. You may ask, what is so special about this cloud as against any other cloud? So on the right-hand side, the Alpha Edge, which is in collaboration with Huawei Cloud, we are like the other cloud. We are scalable. We're giving you at a lower TCO. It's secure, and we have the compliance, whether it's PCI DSS, whether ISMS, and we are doing SOC later in 2022. These are all the compliance that are required on data center and the cloud. So we have it. We have them all. So on the left-hand side, this is what we bring when we build the cloud together with Huawei. The data residency, we know how much it's going to cost the customer, because you don't know, or whenever you have your data scaling up, you're going to have more costs. So we waive the egress because we are here in Malaysia. The robust design, today we have 2 data centers. The cloud in that data center, as mentioned by Chi Xiong just now, is actually active data center, active cloud design. And we are introducing the third one. Why the third one? As mentioned by Chi Xiong, we need that robustness. We need that SLA, because we are serving the banking industry later on. And we are already serving one of the global customers today. So they need that. That's why we built the third one. The foreign exchange risk, that's not going to be the case for our cloud, because we are charging you in RM. We're not going to convert USD to RM at a certain point of time. It's all in RM. We have multi-type connectivity. You can do direct connect, or you can do internet, you can do SD-WAN. Any type of connectivity, you can go and connect to our cloud. And lastly, we are having the professional and managed services of the cloud professional. We have it in together. We are working very closly with Huawei, and we are also having our internal team that can support you. So Alpha Edge, on top of what we are knowing of the cloud today, the infra, the platform, the software, what we are seeing today in the trend of the cloud adoption, a lot of the customer, when designing the cloud, the application on the cloud, or moving the workload to the cloud, then the first thought would be the security. Whether you are enterprise or government, especially the government or the banking sector, these are the questions, the security design. And in RMIT, it's like a long list of clauses that we need to comply. The high-performance computing. This is also the one that being requested a lot this day. Backup and disaster recovery solution. This is all each one of the customer looking at today. If you have an on-prem production, you're looking into the option of DR as a service on the cloud. The intelligence and big data, this is also the trend today. If you're not looking, or most of the customers not looking into total workload migration, these are the things that they're looking at. The SAP on the cloud, this is also the thing today. The smart services. Okay, the smart services may not be the enterprises, the thing that they develop. Is more of the SI or ISV, the partners develop and offer them to the end user. So we look at the market today. The market today that we have today, we engage a lot of customers. There are still customers that is like a risk averse. So we understand the reason. A lot of the customers today as well, when they think of tech refresh or total workload migration, after they have done all the migration assessment, they're still deciding that they would rather go for VMware, full virtualization, and maybe DR on the cloud. There's still significant number of customers still think that way. But as Chi Xiong mentioned, we need to start to think cloud native, act cloud native. That's the word given by Chi Xiong. So when most of this is also from a study from IDC, I think 2 years ago, that most of the enterprises in Malaysia basically still at opportunistic. Lots of enterprises are basically looking at application, whether or not, or whether I should go for public cloud. 1 application, 2 applications, 3 applications, just that. But that will mean that it's just opportunistic. It's just still repeatable, but it's still not transformational. So there's still a long way to go for many enterprises in Malaysia to go for really the leader in the market, really change the market, really shape the market. That's what we are seeing today. Today's theme is about grow with intelligence. As we are part of the technology provided by Huawei, there are enterprise intelligence inside our Alpha Edge. Whether the wording there, the acronym there may not be important, but basically those are the services, the cloud services inside the Alpha Edge. So what you can do with that, basically, you can develop your application, your services that can improve efficiency, facilitated, the expertise will be facilitated, and that will do the trend setting for your business. So basically, what do we do with the enterprise intelligence? The first thing that you think about the data, you need to start with the data, gathering the data, and then you can put that as a data lake, big data analytic, and then you can start to develop your application based on microservices, containerizations. And then today the 5G is coming. It's going to be launched in December, and it's going to be given to the public for free until March. And that will enable a lot of edge computing. The 5G, the edge computing, the CDN mentioned by Chi Xiong as well. So then you will think of how do you connect? How do you connect with the low latency? How do you communicate back to your cloud or your application or your data in the cloud? How can you do it at a very low latency, at a stable and reliable connectivity? I had a conversation just now with one of the participants. You have all that solution, SAP on the cloud. You have all the services, digital services, but the struggle is the connectivity. So don't underestimate the whole end-to-end solution when you go for digital transformation. All these three are very important. Today we have partners here inside the audience here, participants. We have customers, we have partners, we have TM. We offer services. We have smart services. We offer them. But we cannot do all this on our own. That's why we have the startup, we have Spark program, that we want to gather all these brains and the SI to put together the smart services, the intelligent services to the market. So this is our opportunity. We have the cloud, we have the connectivity, we have the data center. We also have the smart services. But we need you as well to put together all these solutions to the market to make sure that the Malaysia government can realize this My Digital plan. Well, these are one of the things that we look at. We work a lot. Example, one of the customers that we have, the oil and gas, we are looking at the digital twin. So the concept of digital twin, you have the digital space, you have physical space. So that the digital space is basically like a mirror to the physical space. So you can have all the intelligence, you analyze, and you make sure your business can do better output. Well, this is another example of AI in transportation. You can improve efficiency by 5 times, the check of the bill 3 times, and the processing by 10 times. So all these are the example. I think I missed one slide. No slide. Yeah, there's one slide missing. The thing that we are doing today as well, the 5G. The first thing that TM will do when we have the 5G launch, we will be looking at the smart city. We want to enable a lot of the city council's jurisdiction, like the smart street light, the smart traffic light, the community apps. All this we are looking at all the solutions to enable the local council so that the public can have a better experience. Because the 5G is just another G. It has to come with what are the experience that we can have on top of the better connectivity. You know, the 5G, of course, the three things of the 5G, right? Better speed, the massive type communication, a lot of the sensors, and then the low latency. But the more important part would be the experience of that 5G, and that is the part that we are looking at on the digital services. Lastly, well, less logos here, but here is just, I want to tell that when we go for the cloud, it's not just about the cloud. It's also about the design or how you design your workload on the cloud. All the security parts, all the connectivity parts has to be good as well. It's not just about designing how much compute resource you need, how much storage you need. That's not enough. It has to be complete. It has to be end-to-end. And that end-to-end is not complete without working with all the partners, that is the global partners, to make sure that design is very good. That will be my last page. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Rajab Sulaiman, for your wonderful sharing. Kindly return to your seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like digital transformation is imperative. And how quickly a company can adapt to this new technology will determine how soon they can stand out from their competitors and serve their customer in a better way. To talk about this topic, I have the great honor to invite our next speaker. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Damaraj Sivalingam, Senior Research Manager, IDC Malaysia, to share about his experience of piecing together the building block of the future enterprise to weather the storms of a digital-first world. Mr. Damaraj, please.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here, and glad to be here for the session as well. So I'll take a few minutes today to share across two key topics that will serve as a preface into our panel discussion later, which will touch about digital transformation and the importance of this journey itself. So I'm going to touch upon the topic of the future of digital infrastructure, as well as digital resiliency. Now, this may seem like themes that are simplistic in nature, but there's a lot of, how do I put it, strategy and connotations behind it that organizations should consider as they embark on their transformation journeys. So let me kick it off a bit, right, by talking about the digital infrastructure framework itself. Now, at IDC, we view it in a very simplistic way. At the core of your digital infrastructure would be cloud-centric technology. That forms the base of your infrastructure itself, right? And this allows for ubiquitous deployment as well as autonomous operations or IT operations to be enabled, right? But there is one main reason why you want this. You want to be able to enable faster and more innovative delivery of digital services and products, right? That is the ultimate goal for organizations. So let's look at a sort of a global overview, right, when it comes to certain key trends around digital transformation as well. Now, we can see this year in 2021, right, 80% of organizations or enterprises are actually focusing on investments on cloud-centric technology, right, twice as fast prior to the pandemic period, right? And we foresee that by 2022, about 46% of enterprises' products and services will be digital, or it will be provided as a digital service, right? And as we move forward in time, as we go towards 2023 and 2024, what you see over here is that there will be a emerging digital infrastructure ecosystem that comes about. And you will see organizations, in fact, we foresee 80% of organizations will focus and change the partnerships they have with their technology providers to enable them or to align with their digital goals as well, or strategies, right? So as you can imagine, this will cause a lot of disruption, a lot of partnerships will change. This is to be expected. Now, I'm just going to probably give a bit of preface of how we at IDC like to look at digital transformation as well as the move towards digital infrastructure, right? And a simple example that I like to use is when you look at our own Earth's ecology, right, and how we have evolved, right? So at the start, you had reptiles or cold-blooded animals, right? They were very they were very good at surviving, but they survived in very niche or very specific areas, right? But warm-blooded animals, when they came about, they had the ability to self-regulate. They were able to store energy. This allowed them to spread to different geographical locations. They were able to become a lot more adaptive to their surrounding. Similarly, you can apply the same concept to digital infrastructure as well. As you migrate or as you move from traditional infrastructure to a digital infrastructure, you are trying to achieve the same evolution as well, right? You're trying to become more innovative, more adaptable to change, and of course, self-regulate as an organization, as an enterprise, as an ecosystem. Now, we all know about digital infrastructure. We all know about the importance of cloud. And over here, what you see over here is in terms of the three facets that cloud helps with digital infrastructure. So optimizing cloud, making sure your business is resilient, and being able to manage diverse resources are basically these are the three main pillars for that. Now, the positive thing is, right, and based on some of our IDC surveys, and I've got some stats up here that you can refer to as well, right, is that cloud remains the top technology investment priority, right, for ASEAN organizations. Earlier, we looked at global trends. Now, when we look at ASEAN, it is a top priority investment. And if I were to pick one data to share with you, right, if you look at IDC's forecast for a 5-year compound annual growth rate, infrastructure as a service, we're looking at 19.8% growth over a period of 5 years, right? So, and of course, this growth rate can be seen across even PaaS and SaaS kind of solutions as well, and it will continue. This trend will continue as well. Now, since we know, we look at the evolution of the digital infrastructure, we know that there is investment going towards the cloud. There has to be an objective in terms of resiliency that enterprises will want to achieve, right? Especially if they want to drive towards the future enterprise. And this is where, at IDC as well, we tend to look at it from a perspective of digital adaptation, as well as moving forward into what we call as digital acceleration and finally resiliency, right? So in 2020, especially when the pandemic hit, organizations invested into fixing problems that COVID-19 brought about, right? So they were adapting, right? These organizations were what we categorize as digital adapters, right? Of course, there were some who did not. They fell behind, but the adapters were able to withstand the changes. Now, there was then a separate trend where organizations started to realize that adapting isn't enough. We need to be able to change very quickly with different business requirements that are coming in, new and very aggressive changes to business environments, and disruptions as well. COVID was the start of it. We saw more patterns coming along. So organizations started to move forward, and that's where they started to accelerate their own digital transformation journeys as well, right? And they moved along to this category called as accelerators, right? The key difference between the accelerators and the adapters was the accelerators are not only able to react quickly, pivot quickly to changes and disruption to the business. They're also able to innovate and utilize these changes as differentiators for the business as well, right? And they're able to monetize it better. So that is the key difference we saw as organizations moved up this particular pillar as well. And based on some surveys that IDC has performed in ASEAN, right? Now, you can look at it as a glass half filled or half empty kind of view, but almost 48% of ASEAN organizations have moved into the acceleration phase for DX, right? But a big chunk, or about 52% of organizations, are still in the previous category. In fact, we see a small portion of them have actually reduced their digital transformation investment, and bulk of them are still in this a similar category of same investment prior and post-pandemic. But the accelerators are really pushing forward. That's the 48% category, and they are the ones who are going to see the biggest gains in terms of profitability as well. Now, apologies for the very busy slide, but I just wanted to call out on the digital resiliency framework scorecard that we utilize in IDC, right? Now, this scorecard talks about 3 key phases that an organization is rated across for their resiliency framework, right? Now, the 3 phases are respond and restore, expand and optimize, as well as accelerate and innovate, which ties back to what I mentioned earlier about the evolution, right? Now, when you apply these 3 phases across your 6 organizational verticals that you see over here, the organization will fall anywhere in a spectrum of either being high risk or very low risk. High risk being you're an organization that if you have a disruption to your business services, if you have changes that come your way, you're not able to react, you will incur losses, you will have downtimes to your infrastructure, and it's not going to be a pretty sight, right? But if you fall under the very low risk category, you're in the accelerator category, right? You're able to pivot fast, you're extremely resilient, and the future is basically there for you. Now, utilizing this scorecard, and we did a survey across Asia-Pacific and, of course, ASEAN-Pacific countries, right? The interesting thing was we still saw that more than 50% of ASEAN organizations were on the high-risk spectrum, right? That shows there's a huge opportunity and area for improvement when it comes to resiliency in ASEAN organizations. Malaysian organizations are part of that study as well, right? So this is really a point for all of us to ponder upon as we strategize and as we embark on our own digital transformation journeys as well. So a couple of key takeaways for everyone as I conclude my short session, right? So when it comes to response and restore, it's important to hit early in terms of your key technology investments. Look fast in terms of what cloud technology strategies you want to employ. Automation, AI, emerging tech will be areas you'll have to look into to garner greater value as well. And then look at expanding and optimizing your workloads, your value as well, right? You need to not only plug the gaps, as mentioned here, but you need to be able to scale to keep your competitive advantage. And once you achieve that, as you move fully into the accelerate stage, this is where you need to look at how technology, how adopting this emerging tech becomes your differentiator, whereby your products and services becomes more innovative and sets you apart of the competition, right? So just to conclude, right, apart from these key takeaways, we have to also understand that digital resiliency is a team sport. You will need the buy-in and push from top management, but without a resilient and digitally willing workforce, it's going to be a difficult journey, just to share, right? And embrace the ecosystem. As we are all here in this event, as we develop partnerships, understand that emerging digital infrastructure requires an emerging infrastructure ecosystem. You will forge stronger and new partnerships, and that should be the way forward. Understand the ecosystem and continue to flow through on that, right? And of course, last but not least, this is obvious, but I'll just say it out loud, balance the risk with opportunity, right? While we have an earnest need to push forward and invest in the latest and greatest of technology, balance it out with your risk profiles, right? Look for the right opportunity. Timing is key as well. Okay, before I end my session, just one small note. So at IDC, we actually have a tool called as UDX, or we call it as unlocking DX. Now, this is a tool that can be utilized by tech buyers, right? For example, to basically assess your organization, right, on how mature you are when it comes to digital transformation, right? And by utilizing this tool, you will gain insights in terms of which are the areas you need to focus on in your organization to modernize, to improve, right? You'll be given very in-depth reports as well as global best practices that can help you on your digital transformation journey. I understand that many of you probably already have access to this tool. Utilize it. I'm pretty sure you will gain very good insights as well from this tool. So with that, I will have to conclude my session for today, and thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Damaraj, for your valuable sharing. Kindly return to your seat. It is indeed an eye-opener, very meaningful indeed. Through the joint efforts with our partners, we hope to build a comprehensive ecosystem and solutions for all businesses and levels. And definitely, we are on the right track, right speed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will distribute the call to action card for you to complete your UDS assessment report. It is complimentary by Huawei. Post-pandemic era, ladies and gentlemen, companies need to innovate and transform themselves in order to stay competitive. Otherwise, they will be left behind. So, what's the solution to that? Later on, we will be hearing from our industry experts for their experiences in the journey of digital transformation. We will be putting our heads together to discuss the importance of digital transformation, the right ways of embark in the digital transformation journey, and why it is so important of having the right solutions partner along the journey. Well, the topic of this panel discussion later on is charting the right path and building shape to set sail on the open seas of digital transformation. We are very honored to have invited a few experts. They will be sharing about their views later on. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor I would like to invite some of the biggest players in the market to share about their views during this panel discussion. And this discussion will be moderated by Mr. Damaraj Sivalingam, Senior Research Manager, IDC Malaysia. And it is with great honor I would like to invite our industry experts to share their views as well. They are Mr. Kevin Koo, Group CIO, Sunway Group. Let's put our hands together to welcome our experts. Dato Michael Chan, CEO, Media Prima Omnia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is okay to keep your applause going. Just keep going. Thank you. Mr. Casey Hong, Managing Director, SAP Malaysia. Mr. Mohammad Raja Sulaiman, Head of Products and Innovation, TM1. And we have Mr. Neo Teck Kwan, Senior Director, Cloud Strategy and Consulting, Huawei Cloud Asia Pacific. Well, great ideas can only be generated when experienced and far-sighted experts are gathered. Now, without further ado, I will hand over the floor to our moderator, Mr. Damaraj. Mr. Damaraj, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, gentlemen. Everyone's good today. Right, so I think for today's panel discussion, the areas we were talking about are in terms of the importance of digital transformation, right? What are the right steps as we embark on this transformation journey? And of course, we will then conclude with the importance of finding the right partner as well to help with this transformation as well, okay? So I think I'll start off with the very first question, and I will direct this to Mr. Kevin Khoo. And the question would be is, in your opinion, why has digital transformation become a strategic imperative for organizations? And what are some of the key importance around digital transformation that is driving this focus?
Thanks, Dama. Good morning, everybody, and thanks, Huawei, for inviting me to this event, right? So I think Huawei really have a very good team. Number one, they managed to convince us to go on their cloud. And number two, they managed to convince me to come up to this lovely place after 2 years of lockdown. So I guess I have to be a better salesman to convince Huawei Cloud to have the next event in Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur. So, secondly, unlike Chi Siong, who is excited to see everybody, I'm actually very nervous, right? It's the first time I see so many people physically. I may have a panic attack, so if I do, please pardon me. Now, back to the question, right? I personally believe that there are two key main drivers. Number one is the business itself. I think long gone are the days of CEOs and CFOs asking us to optimize cost. I think a lot of organizations, if not all, have done really well in the cost optimization aspect. I remember I had a conversation with one of our senior leaders many years ago when I was running the IT shared services, right? So I was having a coffee chat with him, and he asked, hey, what's your problem, right? So I said, you know, it's very difficult because every one of our business unit expects lower and lower cost of service. And I know that it is quite tough. And he just said, Kevin, I think it doesn't make sense for you to continue to lower costs because at the end of the day, there are cost implications in whatever that you do. Today, you can reduce the cost of your email from 10 ringgit to 5 ringgit. And what do they want next? Are you able to give them free email services next? It is unlikely, right? Unless, of course, any one of you managed to convince TM1 or Huawei to give you free services, please do share with me. But again, I think it is unlikely. And everybody knows that we have done a lot in terms of cost optimization. And if they still don't believe it, tomorrow you just turn off the switch of your email for 1 hour, then they will know what you mean, right? So I guess then he continued on. So now, what can you do if you don't look only at cost? That is where he advised that look at values. How can we do more for less or less for more, whichever that you guys are looking at. So that's where the next topic that come into mind is productivity. How do we increase productivity? How do we increase efficiency? How do we increase the revenue or profitability of the company? Because with the amount of people that we have, we can only do that much if we don't start digitalizing or automating. So that's where the number one driver is, in my opinion. And of course, the number two would be the new talents, the digital people, right? Unlike me, many of the younger people grow up with digital-ready mindset, experience, and devices. So that becomes a push for an organization to transform quickly. Why do I say that? I remember having a conversation with my younger cousins, right? And after 3 months, he decided to quit that organization. So I was asking, so why do you quit? He said, Kevin, When I come into the organization, they gave me a 5 years or 7 years old dinosaur-looking machine, which is so slow, right? I can't do my work. And what's more, I still have to fill up a lot of manual forms just to apply for a leave. I need to fill up, so many forms, three-ply sheet. And that is where I believe younger generation, younger talents would like to see organization adopting the digitalization effort in their organization. They want to feel to be a part of an organization that is forward-thinking, that gives them great experience and give them, great story to tell to their people. So that's my personal view, the two drivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin. I think those are some good points, especially around being able to also evolve along with the need for a younger generation to adopt digital technology. That's actually a very good point as well. So I think I just would want to ask Mr. Casey Hong as well, right? Apart from these two drivers, what are other drivers that you see from your point of view?
So I think Kevin brought up a couple of good points there. And digital transformation is not just about cost optimization. It's about productivity, efficiency. I think the new term today for digital transformation is also be able to enable organizations to look for new revenue stream, which is very important with this pandemic. So I'd rather break down into three key types of things that we really need to do from a digital transformation. It's very important we need to know this. One is about people. I think with the never normal, I call it the never normal, because just like the pre-pandemic or the post-pandemic, things will never be the same. Let's face the fact. And especially like an organization like SAP, we have about 200 people in Malaysia. And on a worldwide basis, we are beginning to adopt hybrid work model. So things will be different. I think we need to be able to adjust to that, and that's from a people perspective. Second, about processes. Cost optimization is just one part of it. Processes is where you optimize how you deliver things, how you improve things, how you be able to do better than what you used to do. And this is very important, especially with this current crisis that we have. We've got to do better and better all the time, right? And the last one is about platform. Platform is where the technology sits. This morning, Chi Seong said, show us and demonstrate, including Rajab as well, about cloud, about the entire technology and things like IoT, machine learning, the artificial intelligence. Those play a big role to be able to enable all these changes to happen. All this come into basically, at the end of the day, when you have all those enablers of technologies, analytics play a big part of it, and this is where we call a new norm, which is called the experience economy. And everything is about how you feel, how you be able to change things, and that is very important to be able to enable a successful digital transformation. Like what Dharma, you said this morning in doing a presentation, it is important that the push of this is a lot stronger after post-pandemic because things have to change. If you continue to be the same, which we will never be, I think the business will struggle.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Casey. So I think the triple trident of people, process, and platform plays key roles here, right, in terms of the push for digital transformation. Now, I think on that point, I'd like to get Mr. Dato Michael's view, right? When it comes to digital transformation, it might be interesting to understand how your organization has embarked on its own digital transformation journey, right? And it would be good if you could share some of the lessons that you have learned as well throughout this journey.
Sure, thanks a lot. And very good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? Yes, it is. So, Media Prima as an organization, we're very fortunate. I think our CIO is in the audience somewhere. We are very fortunate that we had a digital transformation early on because we were forced to. Not because we planned to, not because we were so clever to foresee a global COVID-19 pandemic, but we were forced to. So for early on, a lot of our solutions and services as an organization were already on the cloud, And so email was on the cloud. We could do a lot of our processes on the cloud. We could manage a lot of things. But guess what? we could not create content on the cloud. So apart from new services, during the COVID-19 pandemic, when we had the first MCO, we couldn't go out and shoot drama series. We couldn't go out and do reality shows. So as a result of that, we've had to sit down and rethink not only our business strategy around what we put out, but also how we actually approach our content strategy. And I think Chee Siong touched a little bit on it this morning when he talked about how Media Prima very quickly transformed and decided, hey, you know, we've got this brand that's been around a long time called Tun Tun, you know? And why wouldn't we now look at working with partners like Huawei and iQIYI to create more content that goes onto this platform so that if we ever go into a lockdown again, none of you will be deprived from watching the best, you know, drama series and news and information from Media Prima. So that was the first. That was our business reality. The second, I think our people have adapted fully, and again, thanks to, you know, our partners, our technology partners that help us, adapted fully to, you know, working from home, working from outside the office, if you can call it that, but at the same time, you know, still being very well connected. I think, though, the opportunity and as well as the challenge for the future is how do we, you know, especially here in Malaysia, approach the new normal. I like your word better, actually. You know, how we approach this reality that we are all in, get more efficient so that maybe it's only 3 work days at the office, 2 work days from home, or maybe don't work at all. So I look forward to that.
Great, thanks, Dr. Michael. I think a 3-day work week is definitely something a lot of us aspire as well for. It would be a good scenario for or reality, so to speak. Mr. Kevin, are there any other lessons learned that you would like to share as well from your perspective?
Yeah, okay. So for me, I think one of the most important aspect for any initiative is finding a great partner, right? You know, as you want to find a wife or a husband, you definitely want to look for the best. So similarly, when you would want to choose a partner, I think it is very important that there is certain understanding that we will be going the journey in a long and very difficult one. I just had a conversation with one of our partner, right? We entered into a very difficult contract negotiation, terms and conditions, and that is given because, you know, I am representing Sunway and the partner is representing the company. Obviously, we want the best terms and conditions for our organization. So that is the professionalism. So, but once that is concluded, I said that, you know, come, let's start the work and let's go into action. So once we start the work, there will be, and trust me, there definitely will be hiccups. There will be issues along the way. And how can we resolve it mutually? So as long as we say that, hey, you know, Mr. Who and Who, this is what the contract says, it's not part of the scope, it is not this, it is not that. And to me, I think that would mean probably the end of the partnership. Because, you know, that only means that, you know, a little issue you can't solve. What about the next 5 years, the next 10 years? So I think finding the right partner that is willing to go the journey and face all the challenges with you is important. And today I think I'm glad that, you know, Huawei is one of our partner. We are embarking on their digital innovation program, and it's going to be a long haul, right? So there's a lot of innovation strategies that we're going to go with Huawei. And I think that they do show a lot of commitment by putting in all the expertise and resources to guide us and to help us. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kevin. So I think just to follow up on the digital transformation journey, right? And one area that sometimes may not get as much attention, though it should, would be in terms of IT security itself, right? And the required investment that should be going into this area. Now, maybe I just would like to pose to Michael, right? When it came to your transformation journey, how much of importance was given to security as a strategic imperative, right? And could you share how this mindset was shifted within the organization as well.
So you know about what happened to Media Prima. That's why you're asking me this. So I can't comment on what exactly happened that led us to our digital transformation, but there was a security threat. Let's just say that, right? I won't say it was a former TV CEO who, oh no, I won't say that. Anyway, the reality is the threat accelerated process changes within the organization, technology changes, and actually we should have our CIO Rizwan up here answering this. But you know, overnight, we had to change the way we approach dealing with outside parties because in effect, someone would send us an email or wanted to share some content. We went to a link, we went to look and preview stuff, and you know, we had to have a mindset change. So I think that was more people than technology. And I think when we explore this whole digitalization of a company, people is probably the most vulnerable point. We can do everything with technology, right? We can have the best investments in technology and applications, but if the people don't have, I don't like to use the word discipline, but don't have maybe the culture of, you know, approaching it a certain way, we are still all vulnerable. So I think people is at the key of this transformation.
Very well said, Dr. Michael. As the saying goes, right, you're only as strong as your weakest point.
That's right.
So if you're not able to also provide the right education for the people when it comes to security, regardless of world-class security infrastructure, it's still not going to jive as well. So that's a good point. I'd like to probably dive a bit more into digital infrastructure resiliency as well, right, as it's a topic we spoke about earlier as well. And probably I would like to pose this question to Mr. Casey Hong, right? What is your view are the greatest barriers, right, for an organization, right, to achieve resiliency when it comes to digital infrastructure?
Yeah, I think Dato' Michael brought up a couple of good points. And in fact, here we have a number of SAP customers who went through digital transformation. People is the biggest, I won't call it issue, but I will call it resistant of change, right? And this is where I think the biggest challenge. I'll quote you a couple examples that happened in the last 5-10 years. You guys watch Netflix, right? And Netflix was a big disruptor in that business. I mean, they basically killed Blockbuster's business. We just recently had a listing of Grab in NASDAQ. And a couple of years ago, you will see a lot of taxis running around. But today, you see basically Grab. And there are many examples I can quote. But resistance of change is something very, very important that we need to be able to understand and work on. Secondly, technology, right? This morning, both Chi Siong and also Rajab talk about the subject of cloud. I think that's the major change that as a CIO or even as a C-level person in the organization, cloud will provide the platform and the change that you require to move on. A lot of people think cloud is cheaper. It's not that true. Cloud is be able to be more agile and provide you the platform to be able to make a lot of things that you can't do previously. I think that's key. The other thing I want to applaud, it's about Malaysian government and also all the GLCs adopting into My Digital. This morning we talked about 5G. A lot of things are moving on to really improve lives of everybody. And these are good things that we are doing as a country. The other area that I see which we need to also change is the SME industries. Like it or not, in Malaysia, a big part of our economy is very dependent on how well the SME do. And this is the area that digital transformation plays a big role. And all this thing I talk about resistance of change, having the right technology are key factors that we can work on to be able to support all these key changes that we require. So barriers are something we need to overcome, but it's the mindset is more important to work on that so that we can change our mind and think and look forward.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Casey, for those valuable points. Now, as part of any digital transformation journey, at the heart of such a journey as well is data, right? And one key issue which we have always seen when it comes to the management of data is multiple sources, fragmented data, and the whole complexity that comes in managing that, right? So on that topic, right, I wanted to probably get some insights from Mr. Rajab, right? What would be your advice in terms of strategy of managing multiple data silos, fragmented data? How can organizations tackle this issue?
I would answer it a bit technical. There are two ways to do this, as you said, the fragmented and the data. One of the way would be to bring all this data physically to one location. Then you create the data lake. You heard a lot about data lake. So that's one possible solution. The other solution would be to create data virtualization layer. So these two options, you need to think carefully, you need to assess carefully, and to do this, you need experts. You need data scientists, you need the professional service to advise you what's the best approach. Because one approach can give you a high cost because you need all this data to be real time. You are bringing it together to one location, or you bring it virtually, it could cost you more. You could also face a challenge that when you put this together, you want the result to be real time. But it could be not real time because you are putting all together, and this you require as well the good design. So there is a balance you need to take between the two solutions that you look at. So that's how it is now, because data is all over the place within the organization. You have to design and bring it together.
Thanks, Mr. Rajab. I think those are some good points. Finding the balance between how you want to manage your data, the design for that data, that would be key for sure. And just continuing along that topic, Mr. Rajab, right, and just staying with you for a moment, right. So when we look at data as the base, and then when you want to move into a digital transformation strategy, you have to modernize multiple areas of our infrastructure, build it upon that data to achieve your outcomes for your business, right? When you look at organizations and who they partner with, right, what should be the questions organizations should be asking their providers and partners, right, in terms of helping them move along this modernization journey?
Sorry. Two perspectives. One, you look at the platform. The platform, you want it to, of course, the cloud is scalable. It's you want to make sure it's up to date, it's innovative. So you want to make sure you get the right platform. And the right platform today, most of the time, it has to be on the cloud. That's where you get the cloud native, all the solution and services. And secondly, as mentioned by Kevin as well, you need the partner that will go with you in the long term. You need to have the partner that is with you to solve the problem with you in the long term. You need to find that kind of partner. You don't want to have a partner that solves that problem today and later on is nowhere to be found. So this kind of thing. And to talk on that, it's not just about partner. We mentioned a lot about the talent, the people. So when you have that platform, you have the partner, you need that people to the data professionals. These are the people we translate to you, analyze for you, put it together, propose to you, recommend to you what would be the best way. They are part of the organization, the best interest organization. They are the employee. They will tell you what's the best. So that's my view.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, so I think I just want to touch on one last topic, right, before I come to Mr. Neo for one area as well. And this might be of area of interest because it talks about brand loyalty as well as customer retention, right? And like it or not, this is ultimately what would be a big outcome when it comes to the end goal of digital transformation as well. And I'd like to probably get Mr. Casey Hong's view, right? When it comes to customer retention and customer experience, right, being critical and being a differentiator, what are the initiatives that your organization has put together, right, to ensure that this is addressed from a digital transformation perspective?
So thanks, Dharma. So thanks for the question. From a standpoint of how we work with customers on digital transformation, SAP obviously has our S4HANA, and with our recent announcement of Rise with SAP, it's a totally business transformation platform that we enable the entire encapsulation of all the technologies, and more importantly, all the data insights to be able to provide you the experience economy. So from a customer insight, customer experience, it's very important we need to understand things that how customer behavior. That's why analytics and understanding customers are very important. Recently, we acquired a company called Qualtrics. It's an experience, customer experience or employee experience software that be able to understand customers a lot better. We have a couple examples. Marsing is using the Qualtrics platform where enable the organization to understand their customers a lot better. From the standpoint where they book the house or the apartment or the condo to the point where the condo has been delivered to the customers. Every single point, touch points that the customers go and meet Marsing or interact with Marsing or engage Marsing, all this information I'll be able to track so that Marsing be able to serve their customers a lot better. Just like the banks. If you look at Maybank, CIMB, RHB Bank, there's no difference on the products. What differentiates them is customer experience. That will make or break how the customer looks at the bank itself. So it is important that we need to be able to provide the right value and the experience that the customer would like to have.
Great, thanks, Mr. Casey. And now that we have heard a lot of valuable points across our panelists, right, I would like to probe one question to Mr. Neil, right, to sort of bring it all together, right? What would be, in your view, should be the next 12 to 24 months plan, right, for organizations and key focus when it comes to achieving digital infrastructure resiliency, right? And if you could share how Huawei can also help support that journey and those key imperatives.
So first of all, let's look at Huawei's, right? So we are technology partners. And if you look at the technology trends that are important today in the market, we are talking about 5G connectivities. This morning we heard about cloud, cloud computing as a base infrastructure. We provide the agile, platforms so that your business can ride on top of it, right? And then the AI elements is another technology, right, that provide the intelligence elements, for your applications. So these are things that Huawei is actually continue to do research. We want to provide very good platform. But, as a technology company, we have our own strength. And the strategies for us is we always focus on two areas, right? One is we build a very strong platforms to support our customer. And then we also bring in our ecosystem, partner ecosystem to support the enterprises. So this ecosystem is important. I think just now Kevin mentioned, we have run this digital innovation program, with Sunway. And in fact, the entire digital innovation program, I participated, from the beginning. It's almost 6 months now. These are things that we put in place, the initiatives, like understanding what the customer wants, and then form different work streams. One by one, we build the teams, and then bring the technology partners, to help the enterprise like Sunway, in the journey itself. So you see, the ecosystem that we build, right, you can imagine Huawei is like the captain of the vessel, or the ship. And on this ship, we have many partners. Each of these partners has already done a proven solution in the market. So some of the examples I want to highlight is like ByteDance, they have this recommendation engine, which is very successful worldwide. If you talk about TikTok, all this. So the recommendation engine is something that we hold on as a product, that we actually jointly work with ByteDance to go to the market, and then we find customer with the right problem statements, and we actually bring in the solutions to them. And then for digital banks, right, we have partners like WeBank, we have partners like Linklogis. These are some of the partners that, we actually get the very important and proven solution, and then we help some of the potential customer or enterprises want to go into this particular business, right? So this is This is how, you know, what we do, you know, by bringing the best of the best partner into the ecosystem, we run a digital innovation program to help the enterprise. The digital journey, I think just now, many of the panelists have mentioned, right? Resistance to change. You know, you need to look at the cost, right? And I think most important is, for all of you, you know, you have to take actions, right? Because we can talk here for many rounds, but if you don't take the first step to take actions, you know, it will never happen. So digitization is all about how you bring the offline data to online. So only when the data is online, then you can do a lot of stuff in it. Be it you use cloud, you use AI, AI should require massive data. So without the data point, you know, you will not be able to be successful. So the first step is very important, right? How do you bring the offline data to online? And then Huawei has gone through this particular digital innovation transformation journey. In fact, it was for the last 12 years. And a lot of this experience that we have done, you know, we have actually put in all these functions into the enterprise intelligence. Just now you saw the EI. I think Mr. Rajit, you mentioned. The EI function is actually accumulations of our Huawei's transformation experience, and they put it inside there. You saw two very important modules, right? The data enablement, and the other one I think is AI enablement. We also have something called the integration enablement module, right? So those are things that, you know, as we move on, we make the platform very rich, very successful, you know, and then we actually want to help all the enterprises. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leo. I think that was a wonderful way to tie all the key points together. We have come to the end of our panel session today, and I firstly would like to thank all the distinguished panelists for your wonderful insights. I hope everyone has managed to get some good pointers from this session as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your insightful and valuable sharing. Kindly return to your seat. Well, a big thank you to our moderator, Mr. Damaraj, to moderate this meaningful panel discussion for us. And the credit also goes to all the industry's experts for your insightful input and contribution. They are Mr. Kevin Koo, Dr. Michael Chan, Mr. K. Si Hong, Mr. Mohammad Rajab Sulaiman, and Mr. Neo Teck Wan. Well, as the guest has rightfully mentioned, digital transformation helps an organization keep up with emerging customer demands and therefore survive in the face of the future. It allows the companies to compete better in an economic environment that is constantly changing in response to technology evolutions. As we can see, more and more companies are doing business via online. It becomes inevitable for the company to change, and the challenge is how the transformation can actually be done across the organization, and that is how Huawei Cloud came into the picture to ease the burden of the organization and to materialize the desired dream. Now, with Huawei Cloud, we are able to turn our dreams into reality. Coming next, ladies and gentlemen, Huawei Malaysia and Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation, MDEC, joined hands together to spearhead the initiative to drive Malaysia's position as the heart of digital ASEAN. Huawei is taking the lead in providing technical and business advisory strategies and support. The collaboration aims to gain insights and knowledge in addressing the pain points and the challenges faced by the digital economic systems in Malaysia. Besides, facilitate the capacity building to realize the full potential of Malaysia's digital economy through digital adoption and digital talent development. With that, I have the great honor to invite our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Gopi Ganasalingam, Chief Digital Industry Officer, Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation, MDEC. to share his view on MDEC leading Malaysia's digital transformation journey. Mr. Gopi, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here in Genting. I think it's our first, or rather my first public event for the last 1 year, 10 months. So I want to thank Huawei, Mr. Michael Yuan, CEO of Huawei Malaysia, my friends in Huawei, Chi Siang, Roy, Katie, thank you very much for having me here. My friends from TM1, Rajab and his team, who have been here doing an excellent job. My industry friends, Muhu, Casey, Michael, all of us are here today because of technology, because we are able to move things, do our work because of technology. You heard this morning, we heard about the need for digital transformation. It's just not transforming, it's not just adopting, but accelerating. We heard about the importance of the MSME and how important they are for the economy. So I think we've covered a lot, but let me try and tell you the position that MDEC is going to take, or is taking for the next 5 years. So as we understand today, the digital economy is very inclusive. We can't do this alone. We need partners. We need everyone to collaborate. We need stakeholders. We need transparency, because the digital economy is borderless. Having said that it's borderless, brings me to my slide. When we build our business, we should build our business for the global markets, at least with the ASEAN market. If you look at Malaysia alone, we are 33 million people, small in population, we cannot scale. So to scale, we have to look at the ASEAN market, because we are part of ASEAN. When you look at the ASEAN market, you're talking to about a population of about 660 million, it's $3 trillion worth of GDP. We are the fastest growing internet economy in the world. We are much bigger than the US. We are much bigger than many other countries. So when we look at it as ASEAN, when you look at Malaysia, seated right in the middle of ASEAN with good logistics, we have 5 airlines that are home to Malaysia. We have got good connections within ASEAN. We've got good logistics, English-speaking population. We've got good entrepreneurs who have taken a leadership position in ASEAN. All this just makes us the heart of digital ASEAN. So Malaysia is the heart of digital ASEAN. We are not building the digital economy just for Malaysia. We want to build the digital economy for ASEAN, Malaysia being the heart of digital ASEAN. Now, this is not shock scenery. This is not what MDEC is saying. These are what the world bodies are saying about Malaysia, and why it's necessary to set up your business here in Malaysia and operate from Malaysia into the global markets. So at MDEC, we've come a long way. We started 25 years ago as MSC, flagship initiative, and we have traveled through the time. We have pivoted. We've always tried to remain relevant. And today, our name has changed, and it's Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, because the digital economy is the economy. Digital economy is contributing 22% or 21.6% of the entire GDP of Malaysia, which is not small. That means we're just very, very neck to neck with oil and gas. And at the rate we are going, we will surpass oil and gas. So the digital economy is a very important element in the economy. I know the industry may be confused because there's so many agencies doing everything, right? And we are very lucky to have a government that is so supportive to grow the ecosystem. We have got agencies that are really, really growing the ecosystem. But because of the confusion, EPU has set up the My Digital Blueprint, essentially bringing all of us to have the same common goals, and continue working hard and have the same common goals so that we will operate seamlessly. And those common goals that we are now working on are the 5 unicorns by 2025. We have produced one. We are working on the rest. We are confident of achieving the 5. We want 5,000 startups. We want to look at IP creation. We want to look at expanding, building capacity for our companies, revenue. So it is the digital economy, a platform that goes beyond Malaysia that's going to build that revenue. It's tapping into the SMEs, the MSMEs, to convert them to be digital players instead of just digital users. Establishing fintech. In Malaysia, fintech is going to be the most emerging technology that we are already seeing worldwide. And what do we do here in Malaysia is what MDAC and our sister agencies are all working on. Now, of course, if you're going to put more cars on the road, you need a bigger highway. And as we heard today, TM made it a point that without the major highway, it'll get congested. So Jendela is something that we are also working with. It's all about the 5G rollout. It's about building capacity, latency, yeah? It's about addressing this so that we can grow the digital economy, because without connectivity, there is no digital economy. So this is an important agenda for us. Now, if you want to look at MDAC from the outside, and it's confusing sometimes what we do, because we do a lot of things. Think of 3 boxes. MDAC skills Malaysians. We train, we reskill, we upskill to make sure that our workforce is digitally skilled to continue supporting the companies. Secondly, and this is the box that I come from, is about working with the ecosystem, working with the companies, working with the folks like you, working with not just the Malaysian folks, global folks, where we connect our Malaysian companies to expand into foreign markets. And that's what we do, digitally powered businesses. We work on the ecosystems, we work with building capacities for the companies, we work with different markets, we bring in FDIs, we connect all our ecosystems together, and that is helping us move our contribution to the GDP much, much better. And of course, digital investments. The investments that we were driving many, many years ago have changed, because shared services, but shared services is changing. It's more robotics. It's more digital companies that are smaller, but very powerful, right? So we are also looking and aggressively trying to bring in all the new digital names in the world to be rooted here in Malaysia, has the heart of digital ASEAN. So MDAC, we have just announced in June the Future 5 targets, or we call it Future 5 strategy. We're going to be focused. I'm not saying we're not going to be focused. We're going to be focused across, but much more into these 5 industry sectors, mainly AgTech, Health Tech, Islamic digital economy, where Malaysia has been ranked #1 in the world, Smart City, EduTech, and our focus techs are there on stage. So emerging techs, we are looking at digital global business services that are there around these emerging technologies. So it's going to be a focus on emerging technologies from now. This could be fluid as technology evolves, as companies like Huawei were coming up with very innovative solutions. They may evolve in 5 years. So this is a focus for now that we are going to be working on. Last but not least, and this is the division that I run, and this is the division that's working very closely with Huawei and the likes of Huawei, and the likes of programs like Spark, because Spark is something that we're excited about at MDAC, because it is a program that helps us showcase our Malaysian entrepreneurs who are globally competitive, and companies like Huawei and Spark program identify these companies and scale them up via VC funding and market access. So that's something that we are very proud to work on. We will continue working on our market access initiatives, our corporate innovation program, our funding facilitation. Just during the pandemic for 18 months when we couldn't come into the office, the team worked from home and was able to connect over 70 companies to raise over $130 million US. And that was stellar, I thought. And that makes the tech ecosystem very vibrant. That makes the Kuala Lumpur tech ecosystem on the map with Startup Genome, where we've been rated in the top 20 emerging ecosystems in the world. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you again to Huawei for having us here, for bringing us all together, for increasing industry participation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gopi, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Please return to your seat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the pace of innovation and the degree of products difficulties evolve, we need method to cure the problem. This is how Huawei Cloud comes into the picture. We help our partners to adapt, to change, and to digitalize their businesses in response to the post-pandemic. Most importantly, adding values to the company. So how do we do that? Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome the following speaker, Mr. Mukundan Kamarapulai, CTO, Technology Park Malaysia, to share his experiences with regards to this topic. Mr. Mukundan Kamarapulai, please.
Hi, very good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing today? Awesome so far. First of all, I think thank you so much to Huawei Malaysia for the opportunity. As Chee Siong mentioned, yes, I'm certainly delighted to be here in a cloud summit on the cloud or above the clouds in Genting. Again, thank you so much, and fellow speakers, panelists, as well as every one of you here. Thank you. So this is an interesting thing for me as well. I think I've not been up on stage for a long time, always been in front of Zoom, right, with just my shirt up and you know what's down there. And this is today, again, I'm back on stage, full suit, to share some of the interesting things we're doing. And you'll probably be wondering, what is Meranti? I was introduced just now as part of Technology Park Malaysia. That's where we reside. But there's some interesting things that are happening, being done by the government. And when I was talking to Chee Siong and Katie, our friends from Huawei, and some of the future partnership they were working on, we thought this is the right time. And obviously, the best place to share will be with the industry themselves. So I'm very delighted to share some of the things the government is doing in the realm of innovation and acceleration, right, of commercialization. Taking from what Gopi was saying just now, yes, there are a lot of agencies out there, and there are multiple things being done. And the good news is that a lot of this is actually being streamlined today. So some of the things that we are doing is actually to be able to help you to accelerate your commercialization opportunities. And then what we'll do is actually pass to our friends at MDEC and other agencies to take them scale. Yeah? So let me just go straight to my presentation. Again, my apologies, our slides could be slightly busy. But myself, coming from the industry, I was in the health informatics industry before this. And I could see the evolution that's happening, right? From where we were today and how things are being disrupted, especially in the healthcare. Today, you don't even have to go and see a doctor via online. You can already do half of the things. And even today, you can actually be prescribed to get medication. And above and beyond that, you have AI that can actually support you and do diagnosis that even doctors would probably take some time. The underlying thing that's happening here is the disruption has already happened for a long time. And the question now is, how are countries actually adapting and capitalizing on some of these changes that's happening? So as you can see, this is already happening. The merger of this, I'm sure you understand this in terms of physical, digital, and biological elements coming in together. So the question is, how does Malaysia capitalize on some of these changes that's happening in terms of moving forward? And Gopi touched a bit on the policies, right? So the digital economy policy, and then there's a fourth IR policy. Together, they are read together as My Digital. And essentially what that means is actually to drive Malaysia to become an innovative nation, right? So the innovation is a key word. It's a big word, we understand that. But at the same time, it means different things for all the different partners, different stakeholders out there. If you remember a couple of years ago, the country introduced the Industry 4.0. The idea of manufacturing industry. How do we actually put policies together? How can government agencies come together? And you have seen some benefits that came out of it. Then the idea of the fourth IR policy is actually to replicate that with all the other industries that's out there. And obviously, if you can see, the primary function is actually in terms of how do we capitalize on the emerging technology to actually push forward the innovativeness of Malaysia. We say we are good consumers. How do we now become prosumers? As in, you become producers as well, while being a consumer. Now, in that in mind, in that aspiration, an agency was just recently announced called Meranti, right? So Meranti stands for Malaysian Research Accelerator for Technology and Innovation, right? Essentially the idea is to see how can we accelerate the innovation that's happening. Malaysia is ranked pretty comfortably, if you can see, when you look at a global innovation index, I would say, but at the same time, actually, we are not at the pace that the industry is moving forward, right? So the industry is saying that we can do a lot better. I think the panelists spoke about talent. They spoke about other key elements that's needed. Those are the things that need to be looked into. So the idea of Meranti is to be able to accelerate this, looking at from ideas to impact. So we are talking about the entire value chain of innovation, right? Starting from the design component of it, the MVP or the prototyping, as well as the scale. Now, it is not a new agency as in purely new. It is actually leveraging on the expertise as well as the experience of the current agencies. So Meranti basically is a merger between two organizations per se, which is Technology Park Malaysia. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's actually near Bukit Jalil. And I will share a bit more about TPM, which actually carries the strength of expertise, engineering expertise. We've got bioscience expertise. Also has got strength in terms of the infrastructure and land and space. Magic brings in the developmental element. As you probably are aware, Magic is strong in terms of the startup acceleration component, as well as a presence in the ecosystem. We also have Platform Ventures, probably have heard of them, an agency that was actually focusing on IP commercialization. They did a lot of work in terms of bringing in the research community together, and they have basically ended their lifespan. And what has happened is some of the key talents have actually been brought into Meranti. So as we look at the innovation journey, IP obviously is one of the critical components. Now, how do we protect them? Even before that, how do we actually capitalize on all the benefits that comes? And these are the four stakeholders. We call them the quadruple helix. You probably have heard of them within the innovation space that we work with. Yeah. Now, so how did the inspiration of Meranti came from? So you probably have, if you understand Malay, I'm sure most of you do. It's actually a tree called Meranti, and Meranti is actually the tallest tropical tree known to humankind. Right? It's the tallest tropical tree, second tallest in the world. And we aspire to look at Meranti, and Pokok Meranti has got a very special, unique function as well. If you look at the canopies don't touch with each other. It is very intelligently built, right? Mother Nature has intelligently built it so that it doesn't overlap, right? At the same time, the inspiration is, of course, to reach the sky. It's also got one of the longest roots that goes down. So Meranti, basically, that's what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to have that, working with all the other agencies, less of the overlap, have a canopy to support the industry, at the same time have the strength, the depth to support the ecosystem. Now, how do we do this? Basically, there are three key strategic thrusts that we look at. Number one is we're not trying to recreate what is already there. The idea is how do we connect? And I'm sure if you're from the industry, you understand this. You don't want to be going to so many different places to understand. So when it comes to RD&I, research, development, commercialization, and innovation, Meranti becomes the one-stop center, right? When it comes to anyone, research, whether it's from research, maybe from the industry, when you have an IP that you have, how do you commercialize them? Or even creation of IP, Meranti becomes the sort of the, lack of a better word, one-stop center. And we sit under the Ministry of Science and Technology, mostly, who basically leads the strategy overall. So the first part is all about connecting. The second one is also we look at all the different gaps that's already out there. Right? How do we then complement and provide certain programs that can actually enable you? This also includes funding. Government recently announced the Dana Commercialization grant, right? Funds are actually being provided to support. But above and beyond grant, what's more important is actually the expertise that you can actually tap into. I will show you with some of the things that we're working on at present, right? And of course, the third part, which comes from the park itself, having Technology Park, a closed area, allows us to do a lot more. It's a playground for us, right? So no longer do we just talk about policies. Can we have a place for action, right? Where do we put these things? And how can you see some of these things happening? Now, of course, we have aspiration. If you say what is Meranti supposed to impact, we take our 3 key roles as our primary objective. How can we be a catalyst, a connector, and also an incubator? Right, so we touch from startups all the way up to scale-ups, working with the private sectors. We work together and see how we can do that. Now, these are some of the areas probably you're very familiar with. These are some of the areas we're looking at now, and we would love to have a conversation with you to see how we can work together. Technology Park itself, this is the 680 acres that's out there. We have phase 1 and 2, which is already almost covered. We've got phase 3, which is fully opened, greenfield. We have a strategic partnership to actually build an AI park that's already now ongoing now. Right? So I'm just going to skip through some of the slides. I think the time is moving up very quickly. So the other part is, of course, the sandbox. I just want to touch a bit about this. This is a government initiative. When you want to be as a corporate, private sector, SME, if you are dabbling into new technologies, this is where you want to be. Because as a sandbox, the regulators are there to work together with you. If you can see, there are many different partners already with us. These are all the many different partners and more coming. We welcome you to be part of this. Whichever sectors you're in, there's always an opportunity. What you get is superb access to startups, new expertise out there, technological advances as well that you can tap into. We also have focused on the data center. Technology Park is actually now already have got a specific location that we can actually welcome. This is an overflow that's already happening from Singapore and all that. And we've got a few of the data centers who are actually going to be locating themselves. And these are the tier 4 ones. A bit on the AI park. So the whole idea of AI park is actually to leverage on all the technologies. So in TPM, phase 3, it's also a residential area. Right? There's also a residential area. So that allows us to actually emulate an actual living lab. Right? Residential, college, academia, as well as business. And that's what we're trying to do. There's already a strategic partnership we're working with now, and we hope to make an announcement soon. Again, just some of the key initiatives. We just recently launched with Nano Malaysia on AV, which we have already designated in TPM Park for autonomous vehicle. So this is designated location. It means that you can come in. If you have something, you can already work on it together with us. And we are already testing the EV at the moment. This is something that we just launched recently, a full-on, from research all the way up to commercialization of a drone. This is the only location in the country where it's fully authorized by the government in terms of any drone testing, and not just drone testing, even development design of drone. Yeah? So it comes with its own runway, fully netted location, and these are all the things that will be provided. So what you're seeing here, as I've said just now, is actually an action location, right? We spoke a lot about, I think Casey just now mentioned about it as well. Enough talk, let's get things on the ground. This is something that you'll be able to see happening. My final slide, of course, I need to speak about Huawei. And of course, you know, if you're looking at innovation, accelerating commercialization, you can't run away from having a cloud infrastructure. So this is something new. First time we're actually sharing with you. How are we actually bringing in all the research communities, as well as the startup ecosystem and the technology companies together with demand, right? The idea is to put everyone together in sort of what you call a closed community, and so that you have access to a lot of cloud services, right? Tools, training, grants, and everything, right? So this will be open to all companies. Soon we'll be launching this together, and Huawei and TM, obviously, is our first partner to initiate this. So sorry I have to run like a runaway train, sharing with you. I'm also, I think, in between a key function that's going to happen after this, and obviously lunch. So thank you so much, and I hope to connect with you after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohundang Kamarapulai. We are benefited profoundly from what you have shared. It is indeed impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure many of you heard about Huawei Spark Malaysia. This program was launched in Malaysia in November last year. It is a hybrid accelerator program to support deep tech companies in Asia Pacific, with a focus on firms that use 5G, artificial intelligence, machine learning and analytics, Internet of Things, edge computing, and software as a service applications, leveraging Huawei's technological and innovation leadership. The response was overwhelming. And good news, ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, the good vibes will continue. Huawei Spark Accelerator Malaysia is back again. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Denessa, Huawei Spark Program Director from Huawei Malaysia, to share about this event. Mr. Mohammad Denessa, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. In this session, I would like to share with you about Huawei Spark 2022 Malaysia. Huawei Spark is a hybrid accelerator program. So we focus on two core things. The first one is incubation. The second one is acceleration. Our purpose is to support and help an accelerated growth for the startup in Malaysia. Our local mission is aligned with MOSTI Startup Roadmap Development Plan, which is to have 5,000 companies at the end of 2025, including 5 unicorns. So we want to be part of it. We want to contribute more unicorns in the next 2-3 years with this program. Let's have a quick flashback of what we have done this year. We know 2021 is not an easy year for everyone, but we still managed to successfully run our program in 2021. And here, I show you our winners, the top 3. The first one is innovative with the eKYC platform. The second is Dr. Call, the famous telemedicine platform in Malaysia. And the third one is mHub. It's a property sales end-to-end that connects people from multiple segments together. And the other finalists. So for 2022, we hope to see more physical activities, because in 2021, maybe we are limited due to the pandemic. For 2022, our industry focus will be, the first one is BFSI, or in short, FinTech, healthcare, education, office automation. We see a lot of office automation system, so we will see more emerging startup with this industry, the marketing automation also, and AI, machine learning, and analytics. Our eligibility criteria, the first one is, of course, a digital startup with innovative and scalable business model. We are looking for startup that have a MVP, a minimum working prototype. We also look for the startup that have the in-house capability to make adjustment during the program. And this startup must be able to commit into our program, minimum 8 weeks. And of course, it should be based in Malaysia. Our value proposition, we will provide a technical support. We have SA, solution architect, that will help the startup to onboard with Huawei Cloud, to do POC, to do R&D, and start using our service. We also provide the startup with the go-to-market support, media exposure, press release, and also we hope that this program will be an opening door for the startup in case they want to go for China market. The Sparkfire is a unique program by Huawei Spark. I will share this in the next slide. Mentoring and networking, this is one of our program. So we will have one-on-one mentoring to the startup, and we will have a networking session with the startup. Training and resource, and also the financial support. We will give the startup the cloud credit to start with the POC, the R&D, and everything they need. A Sparkfire is a unique program by Huawei Spark with 3 cells. The first one is cell 2. We will see if there's a matching technologies that can be sold to Huawei, if let's say it's matching with Huawei R&D. The second is sell with. The startup will become our partner to sell. They can sell with our partner. They can sell to our client as well. So we will help them to provide solution. And the last is sell through. So the startup also have an easier access to provide the platform into our marketplace and Huawei App Store itself. This is our timeline. We split by 3 parts. December until end of February will be the application phase. The next part will be the mentoring. So we will do the first voting at the end of February, and then we will do our mentoring session, a workshop, and also the entrepreneur program. And then on the end of March, we will do a second voting. So in this second voting, we will select 10 finalists to pitch for the final demo day. So Huawei Spark 2022 is a full year program. The event, the program doesn't stop there. So we will continue until end of the year to provide other activities as well. We will have the same entrepreneur program, the corporate matching program, technical support, and others. So I would like to share you about this entrepreneur program. I've been in the startup industry for 10 years. I know growing startup is not easy. I see ups and downs. Many startups dying, close the companies, and many still survive. So we hope that this entrepreneur program will help them to communicate among the startup, to share common business problem, financial problem, and also management problem. It's a very common issue. So this is not only startup will join, but also the mentors, angel investor, business leader, and expert will help to give advice on how to grow further with your startup. And also, we will have a corporate matching program. We will do 3 key activities in here. The first one, we will do an introduction for this startup to 100 companies. We will give them an equal chance to get exposed by this company to see if there is a matching requirement so they can talk together. The second, we will provide a workshop to prepare the startup for pitching, to impress these companies, to push forward, to get working together. And the last, we will arrange a meeting for the startup to communicate with these companies. Huawei Spark 2022, organized by Huawei, with Nexia as our accelerator partner, TM1, our local partner for cloud service provider, MDEC, TPM, Magic, Digital Penang, CDEC, Cradle, and Cyberview. Last but not least, let us not forget our roots as Malaysian. Please allow me to recite a pantun in bahasa Malaysia. Kalau ada sumur di ladang, bolehlah kita menumpang mandi. Kalau ada umur panjang, bolehlah kita berjumpa lagi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Danessa. Kindly return to your seat. It is indeed exciting and moving when hearing so much from you. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the culmination of the new chapter because we are going to launch the Huawei Spark Malaysia 2022 right here, right now. To grace the launch, I would like to invite our distinguished guests to be on stage to officially launch this prestigious occasion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Ben Lim, Managing Partner from Nexia. Yes, you can keep the applause going. Come on, everybody. Coming next, Mr. Muhammad Denesa, Huawei Spark Program Director. Mr. Gopi Ganasalingam, Chief Digital Industry Officer, Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation, MDEC. Mr. Muhundan Kamarapulai, CTO, Technology Park, Malaysia. And we have Mr. Lim Chi Seong, Vice President, Cloud of AI Business, Huawei Malaysia. Last but not least, let's invite Mr. Muhammad Rajab Sulaiman, Head of Product and Innovation, TM1, to be on stage to officially launch this event. Gentlemen, kindly get ready your hands. Later on my count of 3, touch your hands on the LED screen at the back. And don't forget to look at the camera in front for a beautiful photo. So are you ready? Yes, you are more than ready. That is the spirit of Huawei Malaysia. And here we go on the count of 3, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. All the best to Huawei Malaysia. Come on, everybody, let's have a big round of applause as we officially launch this prestigious occasion. We can't wait to share this event with you. It is really forthcoming and full of expectation. Now, gentlemen, kindly move to your left or right. As we officially launch the Huawei Malaysia 2022, we have a special video for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to announce Huawei Spark Malaysia 2022 is officially launched. And now may I invite our distinguished guests to have a group photo. Let's take a group photo and remember to maintain some social distance. Look at the camera and say cheese behind your mask. Although we can't see your face expression, but we can feel the joy. we are almost done. Now, a quick one, gentlemen. Remove your mask for a while for a group photo. Congratulations and all the best to Huawei Malaysia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are so thankful to you who have been with us every step of the way. Thank you very much for being part of the success, and we hope you will be part of our future successes as well. Let's continue this amazing journey. Kindly return to your seats. Thank you very much indeed. We are very honored to have our distinguished guests and our business associates coming together to witness and to celebrate this momentous occasion. Well, thank you once again for joining us. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is such a fruitful and productive morning. That is not all. We have more. Before we continue, let's take a break and adjourn for lunch outside. Feel free to join the business network section at the back with our partners. They are Arya Solutions, Globe OSS, Meraki, Orange Fin Asia, Sophic Automation, System Management Services, Yongyou, and Zamro. There will also be drone performance at 12:30 and 1:30 p.m. We still have a lot of interesting and insightful presentations awaiting for you. So please return to the same place at 2 p.m. and I will see you soon. Enjoy yourself. Welcome back, everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is always a saying, to work is one thing. Whether you can work in a smart way is another thing. Likewise, to grow is one thing. Whether you can grow with intelligence is another thing. So now question, how do we make sure we really grow with intelligence? Any guess? You are right. Simple answer, just mix with the intelligent people. And now leads to the next question. How and where do we find all those intelligent people? Ladies and gentlemen, so happened all those intelligent people are gathered here at Huawei Cloud Summit 2021 Malaysia. Congratulations, you are one of those intelligent people. Could you please give yourself a big round of applause? Pandai sekali. Well, after the long break, we are going to share with you something exciting which enables you to enjoy first and spend your money later. That sounds tempting, right? Especially for a lady who loves shopping like me. So now let's talk about BNPL. Many of you will have heard about BNPL, Buy Now, Pay Later. It is a type of short-term financing that allows the consumers to make purchases and pay for them at a future date, often interest-free. BNPL has become more and more popular because it enables the customer to strike a balance between managing their tight budget as well as to quickly acquire their basic necessities. So now we would like to see how the scheme was successfully carried out by tapping on the advantage of digital technologies. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our speaker, Mr. Jim Loh, Head of Channel and Partnerships, Pi Labs, to share his views. The topic is how BNPL is reinventing consumer credit. Mr. Loh, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? I think it's very tough to have a conversation, I think a challenge right after lunch, right? I don't know whether it's supposed to be good or supposed to be bad. If you eat too much, then you feel like you're sleepy, and then if you don't eat enough, become grumpy, right? So anyway, a good afternoon to you. First of all, I just want to thank Huawei for inviting for us to come and present, share the topic on BNPL. My name is Kim. I'm a head of partnership for Pine Labs. Just sort of a 10 seconds publicity. Pine Labs is basically a technology solutions provider for merchants. We do integrated platform, providing all the payments and merchant solutions to merchants in throughout Asia. Our core business are currently in India, but we are expanding in Southeast Asia fast. We are in Malaysia for 4 years. I think technology has made all this possible, right? So without further ado, let me just talk a little bit about buy now, pay later. In fact, yesterday I was on a conversation with somebody. Then I say, look, we're going to do this engagement. And then he says, why don't you just work now and then we pay you later? So now this something now and something later becomes a joke. But I think, joke aside, I think buy now, pay later is something, it's a phenomenon, I think, other than cryptocurrency. I think buy now, pay later is probably one of the in thing. Of course, I think maybe ESG probably won't be too far away from that, right? So these are the topics. So I'm honored to be sort of here to share. I wouldn't say I want to present and sort of impart knowledge, but more to share what, as a technology solutions provider, what is our view in terms of BNPL. Just a quick question. How old do you think a consumer credit is? How far back do you think we have borrowing? And then when somebody asks me these questions, I go and Google and then find these ads. And then I think the ads is like something that you probably see today, deja vu, right? You see Paris, London, 29 per month. Go now, pay later, right? You got the vacuum cleaner, $2 down, and then $3 per month. So this is something that is not new, right? But what is new? What is new is technology, right? It's actually a digital payment services. There are many ways to describe what is buy now, pay later, but I think our MC make a very good introduction just now. So it's a digital services that allow you to buy goods and pay them at a later date, either in a single payment or in installments, right? Actually, even if you go through to buy now, pay later, you can still settle it, which is what I encourage my kids to do, okay? What is different? One thing is that the buy now, pay later providers provide a credit check at purchase, right? So it's not, unlike a traditional lending, typically they evaluate upfront, but in a full-fledged buy now, pay later, actually the credit evaluation happens instantaneously, right? And then they will allow you to do that. And what the provider make is they charge a fee to the merchant. And as a result, what does consumer gain? Consumer get to buy things that they wanted to buy, and then often, I would say often and not all the time, it's often at interest-free, right? Very similar to in Malaysia, for those in Malaysia, it's very similar to the EPP that we have in our credit card, right? But the EPP is usually long-term, 6 months minimum and above, right? One thing buy now, pay later is that very much focused on a short-term, very much focused on short-term. In fact, they have a name. So if you're in the buy now, pay later world, they call it pay in 4, pay in 3. Basically, it's pay in 4 installment or pay in 3 installment, monthly installment. In some of them, pay in weeks, right? Pay in 3 could be paid in 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, or pay, that's 4, sorry. Right? Some of the players are Faith. I have to say Faith because we acquired Faith last year. So as for corporate duty, I have to do that. No, I have to do that. I think we are in the space. It's just in a small way. Of course, the big players like Klarna from Sweden, Atome, which is homegrown from Singapore, and then of course Afterpay in Australia, right? And Zip. So just to labor a little bit on what is buy now, pay later, for those people who know what BNPL is, bear with me just for another 10 seconds. Essentially, it's just that when you make a purchase, often this is an electronic purchase. It's embedded at the checkout. That means you select, you put in a card, then you want to make payment, and the payment, instead of the traditional Visa, MasterCard, FPX, you got one more box. Some provider on Buy Now, Pay Later for you, right? And when it's approved, if you click that, if it's approved, normally what you do is that, for example, you make a purchase of $400, and then it's paid in full, so you pay $100. The other $300, you pay 100, 100, 100 in the next 3 months installment, okay? So what's so good about this is that if in a simple way, it doesn't look different, right? But in a modern way, why it's taking off so well is that with technology, this consumer credit is being rendered with a twist, right? Because it's frictionless. It just happened, right? You just walk along the street. It's just like you go to shopping centers and then this thing popped up, very nice, and then you just grab it and then to pay, right? So the way it does is that it's frictionless, it's convenient, and it's safe. And this is very appealing, especially to the younger generation. We call the Gen Z or the Gen Z or the millennials, right? These people, they don't have a lot of credit cards. They don't have credit cards sometimes. They all have this debit card, and they want to look at it, they want to buy something that they really need, and then they want to buy it, and that sort of straight away happen. So it's also a very cost-effective way of borrowing money, right? Because it's interest-free. Why I say it's often is because slowly you will see in the industries the interest-bearing start to come in, because you can't be interest-free forever. Nothing comes free in life, right? So it will come one way, either a merchant pay, you will have to pay. So if the tickets get bigger, then the interest-bearing start coming in. And it's also very exciting is because it empowers the younger generation. They love it because they can control, right? I can control, I can pay in 3 installments, I can buy what I want, as long as I'm disciplined, I know what I can. I can buy the things, I can own the thing, I can own the bag I want, I know that just now the MC introduced buy the necessities. This is going to be the area where sometimes regulators becomes a bit concerned, some of the providers get a bit concerned, the area between what is called necessities versus what is sort of luxuries, right? But really this thing take off because of this new generation, right? We call the Gen Z or the millennials. And technology. Technology make it happen, right? We got technology. I'm sure we talk about AI. The AI allow us, the machine learning allows the scoring to get better, allow the behavior to be predicted better, so they allow the BNPL provider to be more comfortable to extend the credit, right? But that little guy in the middle is probably the accelerator, right? We all hate it. The part of the reason why today we all uniformly wear masks. We got to do tests before we come here. We also feel safer. But because of this little guy, the COVID, right, that has sort of accelerated the e-commerce, right? Make the e-commerce happen. So a lot of people are moving over to online and then do the transactions. This is no particular preference for anybody. It's just more for a show of who they are. Klarna, which is the largest BNPL player in the world now, a Swedish company, but it's extended all over, like in the US, in Australia, right? Then, of course, you got Afterpay. I cannot not put something that's not Malaysia. So My IOU is a new startup, right, that they have. Yuna is, I think, recently got engaged as the spokesperson. Then, of course, across the causeway, we got Atome. So pretty much you see is that one thing I want you to notice is that you notice that they start to have actually outlets, or they actually have merchants advertised and embedded inside their website. And this is actually a going new trend, right? A new trend whereby the Buy Now, Pay Later itself is not just a credit provider. They become a destination, right? So we'll come to that later, but if you notice it, they will see that even Atome features Sephora, feature Zalora, okay? I just saw that I have 5 minutes to go. And then what makes it so popular, I guess we have talked about it, it's flexible. I think one thing important is that it's transparent. The pricing is transparent, right? To the consumer, you pay nothing, and then only if you're late, you pay late payment. And late payment usually is quite straightforward, okay? And then it's fast, it's quick for onboarding. For the merchants, it's good because once they move into e-commerce, the conversion rate is much higher. I think basically BNPL has become critical in terms of deciding whether a customer stay or customer go in terms of when they go through the digital journey. The average ticket size become bigger on average. You buy more if you have the BNPL. People buy more often. People buy often. I know for the matter, my wife loves Atome, right? So I won't go further than that, but that stops so that you know that a lot of parcels coming. Nowadays, we're almost like a express service depot, right? Because the parcels keep coming in our house. Of course, customers become more loyal because of branding. What you see is that they are just everywhere. Today, let's say I say it's a joke, right? People say that, Kim, why don't you work for us now and we pay you later? And it's everywhere because this has become a trend. Like I say, it basically accelerated by e-commerce. E-commerce has made it happen. But you see that this is actually going to offline. Right? So for Pine Labs, we actually do both enable on both online and offline for BNPL. This is for those people, the corporate warriors, you see that there's a lot of activities happening. Near here, you just say Standard Chartered put in $500 million to fund Atome in terms of taking it forward. You got Amazon teaming up with a firm in the US. Even traditional scheme like Visa and MasterCard are going into installment, right? Actually, we are working very closely in technology with MasterCard on the MasterCard installment. Square bought Afterpay. So what you see is a general trend is that the payment guys is getting the consumer credit guy and make it into a complete journey, right? This is what you see the trend is going to go towards. So a couple of observations. It's not sort of a cast in stone. What we see is the high growth. The number on projection can be any number. So if you go and look at this publication, it will tell you is 4 million users in 2028. Some will tell you is 2.5 million users in 2025. But basically all points to one single thing. It's up. Right? It's all believe that is going to create this growth. And then, of course, the volume. But we all know that when there are so many people coming in, everybody talk about it, is where the margin is going to get eroded, right? Margin is going to get eroded. And then I think this buy now, pay later is moving beyond the traditional Zen, the younger people. The older generation, the more mature generation actually do that, but they probably less frequency, okay? Then clearly, with this become very popular, the regulators start getting worried. Concerned, I wouldn't say worried, maybe concerned at the things that may get out of hand. We'll talk a little bit about it. And then, as you see, become big, it's going to be very important for buy now, pay later, right? Because in the economic-wise, the margin they charge to merchant is thin. It's about 4-5%. And then if it's unsecured, if you look at with the interchange, with the funding costs, the margin is quite tight. So that also drives the trend of them moving towards become specialized. Because they specialize, they'll get the volume, they get the better margin because of volume. And also at the same time, they become a destination. When they become a destination, they make money extra from affiliate marketing, right? They'll make money from referral. Those margins are credit-free, right? It means they don't have to bear credit to earn the money. So what you see is that BNPL going to be moving from what we just started, the first few slides to say that this is a traditional, people put the installment loan, moving towards, it basically become a tool, a low-cost acquisitions for e-commerce players to acquire customer. Then what you have to do is that in order to really scale, what we believe is that they would have to become a brand or a destination. Because then the revenue pool becomes richer, the margin becomes better, rather than purely a credit, rather than a pure risk guy, right? And at the end of the day, you will see the BNPL players will use a lot of technology. So you look at the last tick, is that basically you're going to use a lot of AI to do underwriting from a behavioral scoring point of view, different from traditional credit scoring. We'll deep integration into shopping carts so that the journey becomes frictionless, so you can just move from one to the other, and then you just check out. You didn't even realize that you just pay with Atome, you just pay with Klarna, right? So to end it with you is some of the concern that some of the players in the market may have. One is that, are we encouraging excessive spending beyond the means? Because you're buying something that you want, but not necessarily something that you need. The next thing is that that currently, because it's not regulated, the exposure for BNPL is not aggregated, right? So we really do not know. And then for countries that have a high debt exposure in household, that could become a challenge, right? So how do you do a centralized system for exposure? Late payment fees, now is transparent, but it's not regulated. It can be anything, as long as they say what they want to charge, right? And then you accept the condition. The last thing is credit risk assessment. The question is that do you do a secret check? Do you not do a secret check? If you do a secret check, if it's good, it's good. But because of the frequency, it becomes the whole dynamic of scoring for those who are in the financial services. You know that if the more check on you, it may not be unnecessarily the good thing, right? So it's going to be a soft balance between whether you do that or you not. Okay. So in a nutshell, what I say is that I think BNPL is growing. It's a good trend. I'll leave you with the thoughts that I think it's something that is good if you really use it productively. But it could be something that will come back and haunt you. So they say that you pay now and you regret later if you don't use it correctly. All right? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Law, for your sharing. Kindly return to your seat. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, let me just quickly summarize what Mr. Law has shared just now. There are only two ways to become an intelligent person. Firstly, listening to Mr. Law, as well as our other industry experts. That means you have to stay until the end of this conference. And option number two, just grow with Huawei. Can you do that? Cool. Thank you very much. And now, let's talk about the next topic. We are talking about business. Business is more than just making money. We are talking about how sustainable is sustainable investing. There are three critical areas we are looking at: environmental, social, and governance, commonly known as ESG. These are the three elements in measuring the sustainability and ethical impacts of investments. A growing number of investors rely on these factors to determine whether they ultimately want to invest or continue to invest in a given business. Without further ado, I'm not going to take up too much of your time because I need to leave more time for our next speaker. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Izzat Aziz, Director, Technology, Risk, and Cybersecurity, KPMG, to share with us about driving the sustainability agenda beyond greenwashing. Mr. Izzat, please.
Thank you, thank you. Hold on, my slide is not showing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thanks, Huawei, and happy 20th anniversary. So basically today, I'm going to cover a bit more different topics. So earlier we talked about BNPL, buy now, pay later. We talk about blockchain. Those are sexy terms. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce something more sexier and healthier, which is green blockchain, green IoTs, and green BNPL. So it's a great pleasure for me to share, this is something very close to my heart. It's basically driving the sustainability agenda beyond greenwashing. So something that a lot of people don't get is basically there's a lot of corporates and multinational corporations. They actually put a label, like what I mentioned just now, green something to make sure they have a proper profit, and also people will get more traction because they want to actually be in this sustainability kind of agenda as well. So the time is now. So the stakeholders' interest in sustainability practice in the company is growing. So we saw a resulting in focus on green energy sources and adoption of new business model. I would like to take you on the left side of the slides where you see this nice house is basically the integration of the sustainability element, where we have three main pillars starting from the disclosure framework, the drivers and strategy, ESG and risk management, and obviously the fundamental is the proper corporate governance. With this kind of proper corporate governance, we will see the accountabilities and also the responsibility will be properly reflected in that manner. And when people try to adopt all these green agendas and green initiatives, we notice that certain companies, they try to start something new and move forward with it. But some organizations, they rather take a step back and review their business models and business cases. As we can see, there's a few trends, major trends in terms of the corporate segments and also the private sectors, where the first one is the circular economy adoption, where the aim is to reuse, repair, refurbish, and recycle the material and the product as long as possible. So when they go in this narrative, the notion is around when they want to build something, a new devices or new appliance, they need to make sure that the appliance and the devices is longer than the existing ones, because we know there's a lot of new tech refresh required hardware updates as well. So those kind of narrative is being reviewed drastically as well. And second one, to produce greener energy sources, where we notice that a lot of corporations, they already invest in solar panels. They have tried to come up with a more energy efficient ecosystem. Even the HVAC, the heater, ventilation, and air conditioning system has been reviewed and optimized in that manner as well. The third one is basically there's a lot of interest in ESG's narrative, where it starts from how do you measure it, how do you collect those data, and at the end of the day, how are you going to report it? Because if you don't report it well, there's so much that people know that whether you move the needles or not at the end of the day. So one of the things, I know this is a very lengthy slide, I'm going to make it available for you to actually read it later, but e-waste has been a major problem in the world. We have noticed that a lot of people, first and foremost, they do not know how to basically trash their electronic waste. That's the main problem. And second one, sometimes the waste itself is not even end of life, but rather they want to go with the trend and the more trending stuff. So because of this, we notice that a big surplus in terms of the e-waste. We have observed big tech companies are more focused on improving the product process to enable the circular economy business that I mentioned earlier. So I will share a bit of example of how they actually go through this kind of notion where they want to build a new product using recyclable element at day one. Samsung, for example, to ensure the product is recyclable, like I mentioned just now, they are building the new product from the recycled material. And have you noticed now more and more consumer electric product has go in this bandwagon as well. Cisco, Microsoft, and Dell have launched the Circular Economic Partnership, where among the ecosystem themselves, they're going to orchestrate this kind of modular system where they can take pieces from other company and incorporate into their product in the pipeline. It doesn't stop there. They even look into not just the product, but also the product packaging. So now you notice that people are trying to actually, there's a two side of things. People are trying to minimize as much as the packaging of the product, and at the same time, they're using a lot more biodegradable and also recycled product in the packaging itself. So many technology companies is driving towards the renewable energy, like I mentioned, incorporating green product and methods. So Dell has introduced the Ocean Plastic Packaging Program, where they are using a recyclable plastic ocean into their computer systems, into their servers, into all these products. And they have started this 2018, like what Haji mentioned earlier. This kind of traction is not something totally new. They have bit and parcel pockets of improvement throughout, like probably last 10 years, in terms of getting this awareness to the consumer side and also get those kind of traction at the manufacturing and at the corporate side as well. In terms of the product itself, we have also noticed there's a lot of deep dive into the material of the product itself. So, example, HP has actually used a molded fiber to actually build their product. So this is something that we see more and more. And Dell as well. In fact, they have actually used what do you call that? Basically a more recyclable and renewable kind of material for their product itself. So we see this kind of trends has picked up. And we have noticed as well, now people are more aware in terms of the green and sustainability, which that's the reason why today I'm not going to present about cybersecurity technology, because I think that is something that is already in trend. But this is something that there's a lot of things to study, there's a lot of things to basically capture, to understand where are we at the moment. And then, in terms of the investors, so this is something that I would like to share as well. So just what the MC mentioned earlier, even from the investor side, now they are looking into more sustainable investing. So we are looking into two directions, not just the internal one, but also external one. So they need to make sure that they have ESG principles and elements incorporated in their business model. First and foremost, they need to make sure that they are efficient in a way. And we're talking about ESG, not just in terms of energy consumption, but also there's a social aspect to it, governance, how you actually manage your staff, how do you ensure that the staff actually has the right platform. Because one paradox that I think most of people can agree upon is basically there's a lot of recyclable items on the market. If you purchase your food, it comes with a box, with a packaging where they say that recyclable or biodegradable. But the question back to the consumer, right? Do you actually recycle those items? Because if you just simply trash it in the dustbin, it will not go through that proper, recyclable, process in that manner. So because of that, we need to create those kind of awareness as well for the consumer themselves to actually have those kind of idea that actually they need to recycle as part of being a consumer in that particular product. So based on RBC Capital Market, there is around 80% of employees and investor consumer, they are considering ESG as the main element when it comes to evaluating the product. So if you want to position yourself, in fact, at KPMG, we even encourage our corporate clients and also our private sectors to actually incorporate those elements, especially when it comes to reporting, which I will cover slightly later in the slide. And based on the definitive that the largest ESG fund, we're talking about in the likes of Amazon, we talk about Microsoft, Facebook, Google, and Apple. The reason why they are heavily being invested, because they managed to, first and foremost, they are the largest ESG fund recipients, because they are one of the smallest company that provide smallest carbon footprint to the ecosystem. And because of that, on top of all of these ESG elements, they also have a high shareholder return. So impact is everything. Then this is the main important part where companies require actually now adopt and also incorporate ESG reporting standard into their consideration to able to get those kind of narrative out and published to the market and to the consumer. So COVID-19, like what other speakers from early morning and earlier just now as well has mentioned, has strengthened the industry, not just in terms of the microfinancing, it's not just in terms of the unbanked and underbanked, but also in terms of ESG. Because now, as you can see, even a company like TCS has pledged hundreds of millions in terms of building those people that empowered them in terms of, when COVID hits, there's a lot of people actually lost their jobs. So because of that, TCS has covered in terms of communities that impacted by COVID. Then they have Cisco, they donate to the organization, to the population when it comes to all of this, when it comes to the COVID recovering plans. And they also have all this contribution from the technology side to help them to basically fight against COVID. For example, they actually empowered people to use technology. They'll give their laptops to the rural community, even to the people actually required to work from home, to actually encourage them to have those kind of technology support system at the end. And the second one is basically the responsible business initiative and objective in order to address negative impact on society. Employees on the environment have been adopted by tech companies. So this is something that we have noticed as well. There's a lot of funds actually been incorporated when it comes to building this ESG initiative support mechanism. And with that, there's a lot of climate pledge has been put in place. We are talking about Amazon has stated the climate pledge through the initiative that they say that they're going to be net zero by 2040. And there's a lot of other things as well that's been doing. Like Sony, for example, they actually put aside some fund to actually put in the Sony Innovation Fund where they have ESG as the embedded denominator to build their product. Tech companies are shifting towards ethical use of technology to stress on governance factor of ESG. And what I mentioned just now, as much as we can go for all these ESG, greens and everything, the most important bit is basically when it comes to the contribution and the reporting. Because the question that I will ask everyone here, did you move the needle in terms of bringing a unit in the ecosystem to make sure the climate change is governed properly, contribution on your footprints and everything. A simple question I would just like to show a hand, right? Who actually live here with the aircon at your room is actually on, or even television on at their hotel room? Do you see any hand? So yeah, so that's very good audience at the moment, because at least everyone here make sure they leave the rooms all switched off, because that is something that we would like to see more and more in terms of the participation from the people itself. Last bit is basically the companies are prioritizing a better work environment for the employee. As I mentioned earlier, there's a major focus on the social side of things. So we're talking about the diversity and inclusion as part of the sustainability as well. And we have seen there's a big bandwagon, especially D&I become the hot topic in group HR conferences, in all these summits. And ESG is the same thing, but now we incorporate those governance aspect to it, and to make sure that they have those narrative surface and when it comes to all these initiatives and align back to the bigger picture of the agenda of the corporate. One update that I would like to mention that based on the United Nations Climate Change Conference 2021, or known as COP26, they require Malaysia to put forth a clear plan in terms of how we can achieve in combating specifically climate change. And especially we have a lot of initiative when it comes to the greenhouse governance in terms of the reporting and the metrics and measurement. And they are basically based on the National Determinant Contribution NDC plan. And these are the goals from the COP26, which you can find it online availably. But I would just like to focus on the first part, is basically to reach net zero emission by 2050. And this is something that Malaysia are looking into it as well. And I really hope that all these private sectors, companies and corporations to look into this element as well, to align back to the nation agenda. So this is something that I would like to actually, initially I have this slide just to express the whole greenwashing, but I think I need a bit of context, so at least you will appreciate the green initiative and green agenda that everyone is trying to push for. So generally speaking, when it comes to greenwashing, it's just the marketing gimmick, like what I mentioned. They just want to label everything green, so your product, red is the new green, green is the new red rather. Then they have all this green product or eco-friendly product. You have chocolate, then you have ethical sauce chocolates, for example, so things like that. And the term's actually been coined back in 1986. It's been a while already, when there's a person by the name of J. Westerwell, that he mentioned that hotel use this kind of green agenda to actually say that, oh, you can't use your towel, please reuse your towel, so you will save water and save the environment. But in reality, when we look one facade behind that, is mainly on the cost saving and also the operation efficiency of the hotel itself. It's more on the profit side. So because of that, that's why I think when it comes to ESG, as much as we want to see ourselves green BNPL, green blockchain, green AI, green machine learning, but we need to make sure we have those measurement and matrices in place as well. So there's few case studies I would like just to focus on these four in terms of how big can greenwashing actually be in this space, right? So the automotive company, I think everyone aware on this, is basically they cheat the emission record through a defect device. So that is one of the simplest way to actually say that they are green, they are eco-friendly, they emitted CO2 less, but in reality, they actually do more, but through manipulation of the data. Then oil and gas are under fire to green misdirection. I think if you are aware, I think last year they have a big campaign against all this green stuff on the petroleum gas station, where in reality they don't actually do much. They say they install solar panels, but that's about it. So we need to have those kind of narrative, like I said, reporting out. So these are the examples that I would like to cover in terms of the certification standards that people can actually now look into and see. If you need our help, we're more than happy to assist. There's multiple standard, multiple verification, and also GRI become one of the main optic lens in terms of reviewing the ESG element and the reporting side of things. A bit of statistic, just two things. I know my time is almost up. So the first one is basically 80% of the company worldwide now reporting on sustainability. So you need to do yourself. You need to do your part as well. It's now. The second part, as you can see, Malaysia, and this I'm going to emphasize, is Malaysia is one of the top 10 countries in the world that actually have the highest reporting when it comes to ESG element. So this is something that we should actually run together and do it together, and to make sure we have a better impact. And this is something that you can have a look in terms of the reporting in the biodiversity, in the climate change and carbon emission, and the SDG, which is another topic altogether. And lastly, when it comes to local lens, this is something that you might want to consider. Bursa has actually issued their accessibility reporting guideline, where there's a clear objective on how you can actually adopt this kind of narrative into your, like I said, both side, internal and external. Key takeaway, these are the main steps that you should take as a company. The first one is to embark on a gap assessment on your climate change and exposure and evaluate risk based on the internal risk management. The second one, adopt this task force on climate-related financial disclosure. And lastly, look into developing innovative solutions to structure green financing product and solution. And hopefully towards the end, we will see the light at the tunnel, which is a lot greener in the future. And this is my last slide. So basically, we do this FinTech week. This is basically our first one. It's the Sustainability Challenge Accelerator, where we would like to encourage all the FinTech to incorporate not just the external financing, so they're not going to be like green FinTech, but rather they need to be green tech themselves internally to make sure that they practice and embody those green things as well within their company. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Izzat, for your sharing. Kindly return to your seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you will notice today we keep on talking about digital transformation. It is vital to keep the organization to stay relevant with the constant demands in the market. Huawei Cloud is absolutely your right solutions partner. We help our partners to put customers first and stay agile, as we believe what is good for your customer is good for your business. So let's grow together with intelligence. And talking about the digital transformation, it has also greatly affected the finance sector. The finance services sector is undergoing large-scale digital transformation that has huge implications for how companies in the sector run their business. New technologies by Huawei enable finance sector to identify different ways of serving their clients, meeting expectations from stakeholders for greater transparency and trust. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has brought a new urgency to meeting digital transformation, and it has forced many organizations to speed up transformation work. That means we have to walk away from the traditional business and to embrace something new which we are unfamiliar with. So what's the current trend and how finances will evolve in 2022? Well, it is with great honor I would like to invite some experts in the industry to share with us about this topic. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our moderator, Mr. Vincent Fong, Chief Editor, FinTech News Malaysia, to have a conversation with our industry experts from FSI. We are also very honored to have invited some industry experts to share their views. Let's put our hands together to welcome Ms. Rajate Maimuna, Managing Director, Wholesale Banking and Bank. Coming up next, Mr. Wong Wai Ken, Country Manager, Stashaway. Mr. Prasanta Roy, Chief Technology Officer, Tube Insurance. Mr. Mohammad Gaddafi Mohammad Tairobi, Vertical Director, Banking and Finance Sales from TM1. And we have Mr. Chai Yip Sheng, Head of FSI Technology, Cloud Business Unit, Huawei Malaysia. Let's have a big round of applause to all the intelligent people on the stage as we embark this conversation. How will financial services evolve in 2022? And now I shall pass the floor to our moderator, Mr. Vincent, please.
Thank you for the kind introduction. You know, when we talk about digital transformation, I feel like there's one area that's very hard to disrupt digitally, which is events, right? I feel it's nice to be out and about and seeing everyone again, though it takes a bit of recalibration. I think, you know, in all my times being in Zouk, I've never seen everybody sitting down, so that's a bit of an interesting sight to behold. But anyways, thanks to Huawei for inviting me to moderate this session, and thanks to my fellow panelists for taking the time, and all of you for staying after lunch to listen to us ramble on about things that's happening in the financial services space. I think, you know, we are entering one of the most disruptive decades for banking and insurance that we've seen so far. You know, just a few years back, I wouldn't be able to pay for my char kway teow with e-wallet and whatnot. But we've seen so much adoption. We've seen so much changes that's happening. We've seen Bank Negara introducing digital banking licenses. We've seen crypto. We've seen central bank digital currency. So there's a lot of ground to cover today for a lot of my fellow panelists. And I'm very glad to see a very diverse range. We have someone representing from the banking sector, from the wealth sector, from the insurance sector, and of course, the tech experts joining us today as well, right? So as we navigate our way to hopefully a post-pandemic 2022, we want to explore what are some key trends, how do we navigate it. So of course, we've introduced on our left, we've got Rajate Maimuna, who's the Managing Director of Wholesale Banking for M-Bank, with Wong Wai Ken, who's the Country Manager StashAway, which is the first robo-advisor in Malaysia. We have Roy, who's with Tune Protect, who's a real digital challenger in the insurance space, and you have TM1 and Huawei. So let's start with the first question, and maybe we can take a step back and kind of look at some of the larger trends that's happening in this space. So maybe we'll start with Rajate. What are some of the biggest trends right now you see shaping the BFSI space?
Well, hi everyone. Thank you, Huawei, for telling me not to wear a skirt. I appreciated that email. Well, again, I mean, all the speakers have spoken about COVID and how that had really accelerated payments. One thing, if I may say, I've seen, and which is encouraging, is the collaboration and partnerships between the banking industry and fintech and technology players. I've been trying to move the needle for the past 10 years, and Vincent, you have seen my journey. And I've always said it's not about technology, it's about the mindset, particularly in the banking industry. It had been very, very difficult to get people in the banking industry to reach out or to open up to collaborate with other people, because they believe that, you know, the business of banking is their God-given right because of licenses and capital, and they do not believe that they need help. Then comes the rise of fintech, and then rise of people who do things differently and people who are moving our cheese. They do things faster, cheaper, quicker, and that, to me, has been really the big change. So even for us, for instance, we are partnering and collaborating with different people. Currently, we're piloting with one fintech platform doing supply chain. We're collaborating with Sonic Boom. We're, well, you know, people like Fave. Just 2 years ago, I couldn't get that conversation going with the management within the bank. So the risk side of the bank is always very concerned. What about data sharing, data breaches? You know, the view is we cannot lower our guard to those standards of the non-banking institution when it comes to data sovereignty, when it comes to security, or particularly when it comes to capital. So to me, that has been the greatest shift in that 1.5 years, at least for me, is now the willingness of the decision makers, stakeholders, shareholders, likewise the fintech guys talking to us, and we talking to them. So there's just a lot more collaboration now.
For sure, I think it's definitely an interesting shift in the way banks view fintechs as well, right? And just a few years back, 5 years back, when you were out there being a lone wolf trying to push for fintech, I think you were the only banker around that's pushing the messaging. But these days, all the banks are like, hey, we want to embrace fintech, we want to work with a lot of these startups. So it's definitely a very positive shift that we are seeing over here, right? So let's move on to Wai Ken to give us a sense of things in the wealth side of things. What are some of the biggest trends that you're seeing in your side of things?
Yeah, thanks, Vincent, and thanks, Huawei, for sponsoring all of this. I have a baby at home, so any chance to get out of the house is in Genting. Okay, I'm here. So choice in the wealth management space is a big trend, right? Everyone knows all the hot sectors that are going on now, and everyone wants it now. Everyone wants the shiny investment option like Tesla or AMC or crypto or ARK funds. So us, as a wealth management platform, where we have to be the adult in the room to make sure everyone takes risk responsibly, we have to add value and ultimately give them portfolios that are risk managed. So I think we're trying to think of new ways to introduce more investment alternatives. People are asking for Sharia, ESG, crypto, and all sorts of variations in between. And I guess it's our job to create value by giving them the things that we have added value to. So for me, ultimately, choice is the big word in wealth.
And I think we're seeing democratization of access to wealth products across various different investments, right? And I think it's a little bit different compared to the days of our parents where we have private remergers. And I think the main thing is not every one of us has the luxury of having a personal wealth manager helping us. And I think, having services like DIM, services like P2P financing, ECF, is just opening up a lot of new opportunities for Malaysians to actually invest in their future as well. So that's a good thing that we're seeing on that side. Roy, why don't we move on and talk about what's happening in the insurance space, right? And I think one of the things that's plaguing Malaysia is the fact that we are still severely underinsured, severely uninsured. So what are the new things that's developing to tackle some of these issues in the space?
Okay, so one thing of what I see very clearly is the rise of insurtechs. Just like she mentioned of fintechs, what we see in insurance is the rise of insurtechs. Whether you are an insurance service provider, whether you can be an insurtech to serve it digitally, right? So that is one. And then the other parts of the equation is the insurtech players who bring systems, technologies, because they don't have any baggage. Insurers are by definition, they are not so much forward-looking, in a way. And now when the insurtechs comes in, they try to elevate the game by giving you, everyone has their own niche, whether it brings in data, whether it comes with telematics, whether it comes in some other areas. So that is the biggest shift what I am seeing in the insurance space. The other part is how you are using the data. In insurance, generally, when you call up, you say, okay, what is your policy number? So you're shifting from policy to customer experience part of it. So that is also a big change of it. Because once you know your customer, then you can work in the ecosystem. So there's the ecosystem play which is happening also.
Thanks for that, Roy. And I think, when we talk about industries that struggle to embrace innovation, a lot of times we think about banking, a lot of times we think about insurance. And banking traditionally has been considered as a very conservative player, right? And insurance even more so. So I think it's interesting that we're seeing a lot of these young upstarts trying to push the needle and the incumbents moving along to actually introduce new things as well. So thanks for the insight, Roy. So maybe we can move on to Gaddafi and also Yisheng to share with us from the infra side of things, from the tech side of things, what are some of the biggest trends in BFSI right now? We'll start with Gaddafi.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. I think the pandemic has teaches us a lot of things. And I think moving forward, today we are talking about technology advancement that can support the nation and society in moving forward, especially in the endemic time frame. I'm looking into the banks with a more sophisticated solution, especially addressing the society needs. I'm talking about the emergence of 5G. It will enable, number one, the speed, the real time to be super real time this time, and also to ensure that the security is taken care of because of the speed that it can give. So we're talking about the application that can be used from the consumer end. We're talking about how the Gen Z or millennial generation that can do a purchasing at the blink of an eye. So we are talking about how banks actually can turn the CRM tools such as ATM machine on top of being a machine that can draw the money or a deposit machine that can be integrated. We can see that the 5G can enable an ATM machine to be more interactive, enables the virtual communication that can assist the customer. In fact, one day, I'm hoping that An ATM machine can assist you to open an account. So this is what 5G can bring.
And I think although digital account opening is already an option, but for certain segments of the population, it does help to be present where to open. Right? So when we address this kind of digital divide, we also want solutions for different segments of customers as well. So that's a good insight. So let's move on to Yisheng. Yisheng, can you give us a sense of what are the latest trends that you're observing?
Okay, so there are a lot of very interesting trends that are going to happen in the next 12 months. The first trend that I see is, of course, ESG is coming to the fore. And this is particularly fast in the investment space. So for commercial banking, not so much yet. But in the investment management business, all the fund managers want to know, how can I do ESG tracking across the board? And even companies that are investments overseas, I need to track all these. And they're looking for platforms and solutions for this. Yes, the next trend is AI. AI in Malaysia is maybe slightly behind the region, but we see that adoption is accelerating, and we should accelerate and catch up with Singapore quite rapidly once adoption comes.
Yeah, certainly those two are very big areas, right? And we can see other jurisdictions from around the region are also focusing on ESG. They're trying to, Singapore and Hong Kong, they're both trying to position themselves as a green fintech hub. And even Singapore's government has invested a lot of grants into developing AI programs within fintech and banks. So definitely a big thing. So I'm going to move on to the next question. Maybe I will throw a little bit of a controversial question to Rajate just to wake everybody up after lunch. So as we all know, Bank Negara Malaysia has introduced the digital banking framework, which allows for tech players, big techs to enter the space and be a digital bank, right? So now we have guys like Axiata and RHB entering. We have guys like Grab. We have C, who's the parent company for Shopee, trying to be a digital bank, trying to take a piece of your pie, right? So my question to Rajate is that as these digital banks mature, they become more developed, do you think they will eventually put you in an existential crisis and fight for your piece of the institutional client pie?
Well, I hope people, my fellow colleagues are worried enough to respond to that. I don't know whether everybody feels that kind of threat, but actually that is a good thing to worry about, and I welcome that, because if you look at the non-retail space, this country is run on SMEs. So 40% of our GDP is SMEs. And people forget that our SMEs provide up to 70% of the workforce in this country. And yet, a large chunk of the micro SMEs still cannot get access to financing. So, with the digital banks coming on board, and I hope that they can provide a different solution that maybe the high street banks have not been able to, or that would push the high street banks to start thinking about how we could actually extend that, service. And the reason is the use of technology. The reason why these guys don't have access to financing, if you're a food truck guy, today you go to a bank, I will still ask you for your financial statement. 9 out of 10 will not have a financial statement. And then 90% say the onboarding process is just too difficult or too complicated, and they just shy away from that. And how are we going to really grow our economy? Because these are the guys, remember, half of our GDP is dependent on these guys. So we have to start looking at the word is not so much alternative financing, but is alternative scoring. How do we then finance the food truck guy? You got to quit asking him for his financial statement, right? We got to start looking at different kind of data, other behavioral data, other transactional data. Look at how he pays his unified bill. Look at how he pays his TNB bill, for instance. Data on his, another thing the banks will ask, your cash flow, show me your cash flow. The fellow don't know how to show you his cash flow. So if he collects money from his customers using cashless, he pays his suppliers cashless, you can help build his cash flow using that kind of data. The high street banks till this very day have not been able to do that. The commercial banks, we have not. Why? Because the honest answer is that we're not hungry enough. All of us still extremely profitable. We've not really been driven to look at the bottom of that rung because it's a volume game, right? But if you figured it out and you use technology and you use data to do this, even in the disbursement and fulfillment, like say M-Pesa, or using PayPal to pay out like Cabbage does, right? That is one way that I'm hoping that the digital banks would actually egg us on, right? Because I got a couple of stuff in my little black box that I want to push, but some people may not believe it yet. But hopefully, if the digital banks egg us on, then that would be a real push, and I think it would be great for the economy as a whole.
For sure. So, I mean, of course, if you look at when Bank Negara initially designed this, the purpose is to serve the underserved, right? So, which is why the digital banks do target the SMEs. But eventually, when they do target it, do you foresee they move up the value chain and start competing for your clients?
They will, eventually. So the thing is, like I said, collaboration is critical. So we have to work. I must say, I have a number of business partners already, and they're, one sitting right next to me and sitting on the floor. I know, I've got two on this floor, on this stage, that we're, working together to do stuff. And eventually, if we understand that, the whole donut, you collab, you have a single platform, and we don't have to move each other's cheese, we just help each other and grow our bit, I think so, yeah.
All right, thank you for that.
I have to be optimistic about this, right, Vincent?
For sure, right? Thanks for your answer. Let's move on to Ken. And of course, in the wealth space, some of the hottest thing that has emerged is cryptocurrencies, right? And we're seeing 400% returns, which in traditional investing, when you tell someone 400% return, they're like, that's a scam. So, and I'm sure there's demand from your customers for you to look into this for your portfolios as well. So, any plans for StashAway in this space?
Yeah, definitely. And I think we want to think about it in a very adult way. What we are seeing actually is this blizzard of innovation. And I think like stocks, like the stock market and all these asset markets, you need a guide, a Sherpa to help you to get to those 400% returns, or maybe a more sustainable 100% returns, right? So I myself, I'm very, very laser eyes, but I think where I sit professionally is at the intersection between traditional finance and also crypto. So there's an ongoing trend here of fintechs actually replacing what they offer with crypto as opposed to traditional finance, right? Because at the end of the day, we're here to build wealth. And if traditional finance is not giving us that yield, that capital appreciation, money will go to crypto. Of course, now there are regulations and there are risk appetites in the way. So our job is to help clients navigate the space eventually. We're in very early days. I was just on a call this morning with our VC who's invested in us, educating us about fintechs, and only 10,000 people every day actively, around the world, actively use DeFi. So you think about the billions more that we can onboard into the space. So I'm incredibly bullish, but I think we got to be adults in the room because this is other people's money. Yeah. When individuals make money off of Shiba Inu, great, right? But when I lose their money, I have a fiduciary duty and I can't just do that. So we need to be very careful. We need to crawl, walk, and then eventually go to the moon. So we'll see.
For sure, and I think with the introduction of Bitcoin ETFs, I think that's possibly something to be looked into in the future, right? But what I want to ask, instead of investing in Bitcoin, how do I invest in broccoli, man? Because the prices of that is just insane. Yeah. Forget Bitcoin, we should just buy broccolis, Thanks for that. So let's move on to Roy. And Roy, of course, on the insurance side, there are also rumors that the central bank is looking to issue a digital insurer license, right? Very similar to what Hong Kong is doing. They already have Bowtie, Blue, and several other pure digital insurers. So in a sense, Tune is very digitally inclined as an insurer. So what kind of form do you foresee it will take, and what kind of impact do you think a digital insurance framework will have on Malaysia's insurance landscape?
Well, we have to see in what form and shape that digital license comes, right? But for us, for example, we are in GI business. There won't be any change if it comes in GI because we are already doing things digitally. So what extra it will do? The challenge is how do you reach to the masses who are uninsured or underinsured, right? Insurance was meant for all, but in reality it is only for middle class and high class people, and it's not there. So if you do a digital license, we will get a new set of customers who are digital native, and then they can buy it with a fingertip, right? But the challenge is how to reach to the masses who are underinsured, what kind of distribution you will go, whether the banks or through the agencies you can't reach them. Then it is more of a partnership game. For example, I see of like a Post Laju, right, who has a reach to the remote areas. Probably you have to tie up with them to get them, because you have to see the cost to serve also, right? It's just that not tying up for a ticket size which is very small, an agency business won't be profitable. So you have to see how the distribution model also evolves out there.
I guess the other consideration is this, right? Of course, now Tune is very GI focused. But you know, in Hong Kong, we've seen this digital insurance enable all these insurtech startups to also start offering life insurance, CI, and whatnot. So seeing that, you know, Tune is under the AirAsia group, and then you have BigPay that's also pursuing the digital banking license. Do you foresee a future where there's a sort of a AirAsia financial consortium where you offer banking, insurance, and a variety of financial services?
Yeah, so that might play out in future. But however, AirAsia is only having 29% of share in the Tune. So they don't have a direct control. We are a private entity listed in Bursa, right? But we do use the ecosystem. How? I can give you an example. I mean, if you buy insurance, you get big points, right? You can use that point again to buy further insurance, right? So it's like earn and burn. So you earn loyalty points and then again burn the points to buy further insurance. So we do this kind of things, right? But not only here, but also in other markets also we do that. So it's an ecosystem where we make sure that we reach out to the maximum number of people digitally around this.
Thank you for that, Roy. And I want to jump back to Gaddafi and also Yishan to talk a little bit more about 5G, right? Because certainly 5G is one of the more exciting things that's happening in this space. Of course, there are much more applications for 5G beyond just watching YouTube on 180p. So walk us through, like, what kind of innovations do you see 5G enabling within the banking sector? So I'll hand it over to Gaddafi and also Yishan to walk us through some examples. We'll start with Gaddafi.
Okay, Vincent, you can look from the banking perspective and the society perspective. Yeah? So from the banking, on top of what I have shared earlier, to have a very enriched and interactive application, it also will allow the banks to optimize a lot of things. Yeah. For example, to allow the contact center people to be talking to the regional sites, that 5G will allow you to have the reachability on the rural, on sub-rural area, to be talking to the expert in the other side of the world. So the way I can see the wealth industry and also some other key niche industry within the financial sector can be expanded by 5G because of the ability that the communication technology can bring. And to the community or to the society, things can be done on a light speed. For example, the purchasing, decision making, and what most important thing is the security part of it. The technology, the bandwidth that is able to be bring by 5G will able to monitor and to ensure the security level is done at a very fast pace. So that is from my point of view.
Thank you for that, Gaddafi. And Yishan, what are you seeing in terms of 5G enabling innovation?
So the main thing that 5G brings, especially in the initial phase, would be very low latency real-time connections. And I can see, I give you two scenarios how it would change the business model of the banking industry. First one is you are able to process loans basically in something like 5 seconds. So if you are a buy now, pay later platform, and the merchant is querying 5 different merchants, providers at the same time, if you cannot return your loan approval within 5 seconds, you're probably out. Another company will take that business. So that's one. The other one is with 5G connections, things like machineries, cars will be connected to the cloud, and you will be able to measure and capture a lot of data about the particular, say, for example, vehicle. And instead of now selling you a car, I can charge you on a per-use basis based on how you drive, how far you drive, where you're driving to, whether you step on the gas very heavily or not. And this will change the entire business model. So you're not buying the whole car now, you're buying transportation on demand.
That's definitely fascinating, right? I'm sure that's going to affect Roy's business model to look into more telematics related kind of 5G, right? So are you guys looking into something in that space?
Yeah,
using 5G to enable?
So we are looking into telematics, we are looking into IoT, how do we bring those into the ecosystem? So on a health offering, I mean, insurance is all about how do you manage risk, right? So it's prevention is better than cure. So you say that, okay, I connect to your smartwatch and I get the data. If you do 10,000 steps every day, then at the end of the month, I give you some discount on your, because I know you are healthy, right? So there are many ways to...
My premium is going to be so high.
Yeah, I mean, those are the things. So telematics, like a driving behavior, if I can capture that, then you drive a similar car along with me, same model, but your insurance premium would be different than mine, right? So it is all about data. How do you use this? Then we are talking about parametric insurance, right? Which is frictionless. So we also do have reinsurance. So we work in many countries. Like in Vietnam, we have enabled a use case, and it is frictionless. While you book a ticket, flight ticket, and the flight gets canceled, we immediately credit it to your digital wallet. So those are the things which will be mainstream going forward.
Thanks for that, Roy. Yes, Gaddafi, you wanted to add something?
There's only one thing that I hope 5G can bring to us, Vincent. But this is from my point of view as a citizen of Malaysia. As much as 5G can bring the speed, the bandwidth, the real-time and security, I hope it can enable us to fasten enough to identify our digital gap. You see, today we are talking in a digital summit, right? We are talking about the possibility that we can achieve in the future. But an unbanked person can be turned into a banked person, only he or she has the device and has the connectivity. Yeah? So that technology of 5G that we have should be able to help us as a nation to identify our digital gap. This is where we can move into the next level as a country.
It's definitely like a foundational layer to enable more of this kind of inclusion, right? Now, of course, you know, when we talk about financial inclusion in Malaysia, a lot of people like to throw around the number, or 95% of us are insured, but 5% of 30 million is still a huge number, right? And to that 5%, not being able to access your loans, not being able to kind of further your life to get access to this kind of thing, it is a big deal. So I do hope, you know, this is something that is able to enable. Rajate, you wanted to add something as well? No, okay, all right. Well, my next question is also directed to you, so you probably have to add something. So, I mean, we spoke a little bit about how some of this 5G is enabling innovation, right? Is MBank doing any thinking around 5G?
Well, right now, no, not specific to 5G, but the first thing that we're working or we're offering to the country is the whole concept of open banking. The concept of open banking hasn't taken off in Malaysia at all. None of the banks in this country practice open banking except for us. So we first exposed our API for third-party consumption was to Rakuten about 2 years ago. 2 years or so, and that was to facilitate KYC. So if you wanted to open an account with Rakuten, previously it would take a while. It actually takes a couple of days, but now it's instantaneous because they consume our APIs. But fast forward to where we are today, we have a number of people already consuming our APIs, not just for KYC, but also for payments. And you know, the levels of API, of course, you know, if you talk to someone like Vincent, he wants, you know, open banking in a way where he can aggregate all his, you know, 4 banks, 3 asset
That would be the dream, right?
That's his dream lah. So today, at least we have moved from private use of our APIs to public use. So we actually can offer any one of you here who want to use it. So we do payments. In fact, the latest that we've experimented with is, again, with Sonic Boom, is if you were to go to a Costa Coffee in one of the 50 BHPs in Klang Valley, you will see a kiosk, and it allows you to make payment using your mobile banking app, any bank. And and the machine will generate a dynamic QR. They actually consume our API to do that. So that's the first, you know, kiosk using one. So my point is that someone like Rakuten initially was only able to onboard maybe 20 people a day. And by the way, you can Google this up. The Rakuten MD validated it from 20 a day to 2,000 a day because it's instantaneous. And the customer experience is great, right? Because we would be able to fetch your information quite quickly. But as a nation, we're not quite there yet if you look in Europe, because open banking is sort of like forced onto you. But we've decided to go ahead. Again, the challenge was even from within, addressing risks. I think Izzat would know what I'm saying, to address those concerns, and which is why until today we're the only ones doing it. So 5G will accelerate or facilitate all that, but like Gaddafi, I feel very strongly about the digital divide. So that's another story to be told. But that's our contribution today in getting into that, moving the digital economy, is if any one of you here, 5 seconds advert, any one of you here want to, have access to banking APIs, you can actually use ours. Yeah. I
mean, that's the first step, right, at the end of the day. And of course, the dream is that we look at something similar to Korea or in Singapore's SG Findex, where you can view all your investments, you can view all, that would be the dream. But of course, baby steps, right? So hopefully we'll get there sooner than later.
Sorry if I can say, just but more people here, consume our APIs, then we can read each other better, and eventually it will help us to do that aggregation, honestly. We just need more players to come onto that platform.
Sure, that's easier to sell to management as well.
Yeah, easier to sell to my management.
Thanks for that, Rajat. So I mean, as much as we'd like to continue this until God knows when, I'm conscious that we have about 9 more minutes left. So I'm going to move on to Wai Ken to share some bold predictions and perhaps some closing thoughts with us, and then Roy, and then Gaddafi, and then Yi Cheng, respectively. Ken, what's your bold prediction for 2022 and beyond?
2022 and beyond. I think that old adage of slowly, 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 and then all at once is going to be a very real thing. I think a lot of the disruptive technologies that we're talking about today will come into play over the next few years. So these are things like space tourism, crypto, AI, robotics. I think all these things will be as prevalent as taking Grab and dating online and buying things online. So I think these will all be very normal things. I will also say that the kind of jobs that our kids will be able to take part in the future will be very different. So I think they'll be more enriching because they can actually probably choose something they can do with maximum flexibility, which caters to their passion, but also is commercially really relevant to that ecosystem, whatever it may be, right? So I think next year and probably next couple of years are going to be enabled by a lot of the base infrastructure that we've been investing in over the last few years. And more interestingly, as an investor, you can also take advantage of it as well, right? You can invest in themes and innovations and not miss out on that next Tesla and all that. So you can get rich and still live in the future, because in the future, we'll definitely need a lot of money.
And I think it's fascinating, right? Because back in the day, if you study finance, then maybe you end up with M Investment Bank, right? But these days, you can end up with StashAway and a variety of different players. So, just wide options available. That's really interesting to think about. Thanks for that, Ken. Let's move on to Roy. Roy, what are your closing thoughts and maybe some bold predictions for the insurance sector?
So one thing I foresee is the uses of public cloud. I will say this boldly that this is inevitable. Even regulators will move towards it. Regulators will use technology. There is no choice. I mean, the pandemic has shown us there's a supply chain glut. You want to do something, 16 weeks, 18 weeks to the hardware to arrive, then you set it up. In cloud, you can do instantly, right? So we are engaging with the regulators, with BNM on certain things I can't disclose because it is in discussion. But that's the only way we have to move forward, right? So that is one of it. Then other thing I see in insurance is automation at scale. When I say that a lot of legacy process you have to automate and it will be at scale, right? I mean, that's very important. Then how do we use AI? I mean, I won't say in insurance it will be in left, right, center, but in a selected use case, there will be, it will be used over next 2 years. Then very important is customer experience, super important. Because, I mean, I can't think when I last visited a bank for anything other than picking up money from the ATM. Everything is digital, right?
Every time you visit the bank, you're angry about something, right? It's never a good thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the message I'm trying to say, you have a digital wallet, you have everything. Why do you need to go to the bank? Only for certain cases where you can't pay, you have to go and withdraw the money. Rest everything is moving digitally, right? So customer experience is super important because convenience matters at the end, right? How do you take it to your customer? There are so many players. So earlier it was like you push down a product and then the customer has no choice but to take it. The game has changed. So it's the customer who wants it. Now you have to reach out to your customer. You have to know your customer better. Then only you can offer a product which is relevant to him or her.
Definitely a different world out there, right? Thanks for that, Roy. So let's move on to Gaddafi, Sheng, and then we'll go back to Rajate to wrap up the session. Gaddafi, what are your bold predictions?
I'm predicting 5G and cloud will be the main thing starting from 2022 onwards. As we are focusing more in tightening the security of internet and network, it will allow Bank Negara to ease a bit. I think Roy has the experience.
They're not here.
And I think we will move faster in 2023. Yep, that's my prediction.
That's the hope, right? Yicheng, what are your bold predictions?
So my bold prediction for 2022, and also a commitment, I hope that everyone here will get together and move the needle in 2022 in this space.
Definitely, for sure. Rajate, your closing thoughts and prediction?
Mine would be cloud and also the use of algorithm lending platforms. That's my wish. So I don't know about my prediction, but that's my wish.
Wish list.
Wish list.
This is music to Huawei and TMZS, right? Moving to cloud. With that, only leaves me to thank my fellow panelists for joining me today. It's always easy and fun to do a session with friends, you know. It's relaxing and you always get to get some casual insights out. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you guys found it useful. And of course, if you guys have any questions for the panelists later, feel free to try to catch them outside the room, right? Right, thanks to everybody and hope you have a great rest of the session.
Thank you.
Well, a big thank you to our moderator and industry experts for sharing your views and knowledge. Kindly return to your seat. Well, there is a saying, a single conversation across a table with a group of intelligent people worth a few years' study of books. We truly appreciate the sharing of our distinguished guests. They are Mr. Vincent Fong, our moderator, Ms. Rajate Maimuna, Mr. Wong Wai Ken, Mr. Prasanta Roy, Mr. Mohammad Gaddafi Mohammad Tairobi, and Mr. Chai Yip Sheng. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, personally, for me, selecting the right solutions partner is just like selecting your life partner. It is extremely important to choose someone who you love and you can trust with if you want to live a happy life. If it is not right at the beginning, it will not be right at the end. So I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, Huawei Cloud will be your right one along your journey. Why do I say so? Because several awards was already awarded to Huawei Cloud. It is indeed your trusted partner. So can I have a very quick summary of what have our experts as well as our moderator has mentioned just now? Intelligent enterprise with Huawei. So please trust us and tap along with the technology. Well, ladies and gentlemen, no doubt we are living in a hyper-connected world that we want everything to be fast and convenient. So question, how to eliminate delays and gaps in user experience when we move from one device onto another one by adding interoperability to all devices, regardless of the system that powers them? Ms. Chongmin has the answer to these questions. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Chongmin, Operations Manager, Huawei Mobile Services, to share her views on Harmony OS, fresh audience in the hyper-connected world. Ms. Chongmin, please.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to every one of you here. I'm really glad to be here with you all. I'm actually from Huawei Consumer Business Group. We are covering smartphones, laptops, wearables, mobile broadband services, and many more. We are actually a team that is very dedicated to deliver the latest technologies to our consumers. So thank you, Huawei Clouds. Thank you, Chi Xiong, for inviting us to the summit today. So there is this trend in the mobile internet where the growth has plateaued. While there was an amazing burst in the past, the monthly active users of the mobile internet has stabilized and plateaued. Mobile app usage has peaked as well to about 5 hours a day. Single device users has peaked, and the user acquisition cost is higher than ever. As such, mobile phones, the focus have shifted to Internet of Things devices. So IoT devices includes laptops, smart TVs, smart vehicles, and many more smart devices that make our daily activity faster and simpler. It is a matter of fact today that the number of IoT products in the market has surpassed the number of humans on this planet. It is also projected that every person will have at least 9 smart devices by 2025. So the key question is, does the increase in smart devices lead to a better all-scenario experience for the users? With complex connection procedure, vast and fragmented ecosystem, connecting multiple devices may not be as simple. There is so many operating systems in the device markets. To developer, it means repeated developments, difficult adaptations. To consumers, it means fragmented user experience. So to solve this problem, we need a shared language to streamline cross-device interactions and connections in the Internet of Everything era. Harmony OS is designed to address this problem. As a next generation's operating system, Harmony OS provides a common language for smart devices to connect and collaborate, providing users a more convenient, smooth, and secure experience. It enables seamless interactions between smart devices, from earbuds, automobile head units, to smart TV, to smartphones. Harmony OS treats multiple devices as a single super device, behind which multiple devices work together collaboratively and share resources to provide a seamless interactions for the users. With Harmony OS, there is only one-time development for multi-device deployments. So developer only have to write app code once and use it for multiple devices. With Harmony OS, all scenario seamless AI life is possible with Huawei 1+8+N strategy. So 1 refer to the smartphone that we use every day. 8 is for the watches, glasses, earbuds, sound boxes, TV, IVI, and smart screens. And N refers to our thousands of IoT ecosystem partners. So altogether, by integrating devices from Huawei and our ecosystem partners, consumers are able to enjoy smart living experience in different scenarios, from attending online conference at work on a PC, to listening to news while cooking at home on an AI speaker. Harmony OS is the fastest growing operating system in history, which empowers interconnections and collaborations for smart devices. And today, we have 150 million smart devices powered by Harmony OS. Now, in this world's largest mobile ecosystem, there's millions of fresh, untapped audience, untapped smartphone users and premium device owners. Now, how brands can tap into this pool of fresh audience? Now, allow me to introduce to you one of our latest products, Huawei Ads. So Huawei Ads tap into Huawei wide-reaching users to help brands to target audience based on a very high degree of precision, whether it is to promote an app, to drive online or offline traffic, or to drive sales. With Huawei Ads, all scenario marketing is made possible. Brands can have their brand message delivered to Huawei users across Huawei apps, including Huawei Video, Huawei Music, Huawei Browser, Petal Search, and many more. Apart from that, brands can have their brand message delivered to Huawei users across our 33,000 third-party apps. From having only a dozens of Malaysia apps back in 2019, today we have 99% of Malaysia top app, 98% of Malaysia essential app on our ecosystem, which means more traffic and more touch point for brands to connect with Huawei users. Huawei Ads allow brands to target users based on user demographic, interests, behavior, and more. So I have 3 examples here. Let's see how brand can leverage on our data to segment users into a smaller and more defined group. So the first one I have here is with car owner. So how can we define a user have a cars? We can look at their app behavior. If they have installed and used navigations, parking apps in the last 7 or 30 days. We can also look at the point of interest, if they have been to parking lots or petrol stations. We can further refine the group based on their age, the city that they are in. Traveler. Again, we can look at their app behavior. If they have used any traveling apps like Agoda, Booking.com. We can also look at their destinations, their point of interest, if they have been to airports or any travel attractions. As for online shopper, if they are active on e-commerce app like Shopee, Lazada, or Zalora, and we can refine the group based on their income level and spending power. So with Huawei ads, brands and marketers, they can do more with less, while driving their marketing ROI and engagement across prospective and existing customers. To our users, we want to make sure their user experience is not compromised with ads. Our ad placements across Huawei apps and our third-party apps make sure an immersive experience to the users. From opening an app to enjoying content, watching video, it has to be an immersive experience to the users, even when they are interacting with ads. So cybersecurity and privacy protections are at the core of Huawei all-scenario ecosystem strategies. Last month, Huawei Consumer Business Group released 4 privacy and security proposals and 3 commitments for a safer digital world. So no one can access user data without their consent. From powering on a phone, everything is subject to user authorizations. So seamless AI life is no longer a science fiction, but a breathing, living reality to all Huawei users. So we welcome you to join us and our partners and give our users a full access to the benefits offered by seamless AI life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chongmin, for your sharing. Kindly return to your seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the next speaker, allow me to give you some background information about this organization, Revenue Monster. Revenue Monster is an all-in-one solution that drives revenue. More than just payment, Revenue Monster offers an integrated point of sale designed to fully help your business through omni-channel solutions while allowing the customers to make purchases in absolute convenience. To understand more about this topic, I would like to invite Mr. Teo Jim Ren, Operations Manager, Revenue Monster, to share his view on Digital Acceleration Super App. Mr. Teo, please.
Hi guys, hello. Hi. Oh, switch over. Yeah. You guys can call me JR. I'm from Revenue Monster. I'm actually the strategy director of Revenue Monster. So I think a lot of you may have heard of us. Some may not have. So I'd like to take the opportunity to actually, from today's session, we'll go through 3 parts, right? The first one is a quick introduction of who we are, what we do. That is only one slide. I promise it won't be going to take up like a long time for you guys. The second part is we'll talk about super apps, because today is about the digital summit. So I believe all of you would have had a digital agenda on the top of your mind. And in that agenda itself, I think super app would be one of the key topics that would have surfaced or been thought about. The third part, we will share a bit on a digital app, a super app framework. So the framework itself is a dev tool, and I'll go through the details of it in a short while. Yeah? So the first part is Revenue Monster. Who are we? We are actually a licensed, BNM licensed fintech company. We do payment acquiring, and we build our own solutions from ground zero. The solutions are all fully cloud-based, and we have a team of about 60 over people. One of the reasons why some of you may not have heard of us is because half our guys are all developers. So we are kind of like the geeky nerd house, if you would like to think about. Our solutions are fully on cloud and built on microservices architecture, meaning we build things to the smallest possible containers. So how small is it? Our servers, we can run on something which is similar to like half the specs of your PC or your laptop, and it can still process 10,000 per second transactions. So that's the kind of scale that we're talking about, and it does automatic scaling for peak periods. So we also build all our solutions on an open data and also open API basis. So meaning it's always ready for integration, always ready for collaborations. And most importantly is, well, last but not least, really, we have our own AI in-house data scientist team. There's about 4 of them. So we build our own computer visioning, facial recognition, license plate recognition, a different suite of AI solutions, fully in-house with collaboration from the local academicians, UTM, right? So next, let's dive into the topic about super app. So this is actually a circle of the B2C cycle of a super app, right? There's a lot of different services, a lot of different offerings. So by definition, a super app, many people would think about it as one app, having multiple different pillars or multiple different types of services offered to a same group of consumers, right? But the focus of it has always been on what to provide over to the consumers. They will always think about providing more and more to the consumers. Many of times, the people that are trying to do a super app is actually someone who has multiple different business lines within their group. So they will always think about their services that they are able to offer. But the reality is, very rarely do people actually consider the B element, that means the business element, within a super app. They may consider it, but they will consider it on a case-by-case basis. So when they talk about a super app collaboration, they will think about, oh, maybe today I will want to include a new service offering, F&B. So I will go talk to the F&B guys to then collaborate and build manually into my app, or integrate that into my app. But that is going to be a very slow approach, because every services that you want to introduce, that you want to integrate, you will need to do custom building, you will need to do custom integration, and you will need to do custom collaborations and custom developments. So that's going to take time, right? So what we're going to, so this is actually just a nutshell of what the super app itself is going to be like. And because the B segment is actually the one that's a bit more underserved, that is actually where a lot of the opportunities lie. It's in blue because that's where the blue sea is going to be, right? So before going into the framework that we're talking about, let's also take a look in terms of how the idea of super apps came about and the different types of apps in the market. So on one hand, apps started off as standalone apps, right? It started off from like Angry Birds, Candy Crush, games, and also very single service-focused applications. Later on, there were actually service providers that branded apps into a whole family, a whole suite together. People which are doing that are people like Microsoft, where they would bundle Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all together as one suite, Microsoft Office. Or people like Adobe, that's called an app suite. Later on came the guys which were actually building a super app on themselves, right? So those are the people which are like Grab. They would be a logistic provider, a travel app, or kind of like a specific purpose messaging app. And they start building different services within their app to increase the ARPU, the average revenue per user, to all their same consumers. So that is going to take a lot of developers, a lot of programmers, an army of them to actually help build that. And that's what they do. And they are some of the market leaders today in the industry. How it happens in China is slightly different because of the scale and the density and the population of China. They actually went to build something which is an open basis kind of super app. So people like WeChat, people like Alipay, people like Huawei, they would have a single app, but it has a ready open gateway, a ready open platform for third parties to build inside the app. So today, the next part that I'm going to talk to you about, the super app framework, is a development tool that allows apps to easily do this as a service. So the right-hand side of the screen shows you how a super app cycle actually works. On one hand, you would have on the very far top the super app itself. They would be the ones holding a lot of the users, right? The users, let's say, for example, a WeChat user is going to be a WeChat user. A Touch 'n Go user is a Touch 'n Go user. So the super app itself holds the user. The super app will have services which may be provided by themselves or provided by a third party. Those are called the mini apps. So the mini apps itself, whilst providing the services over, would then be charging for transactions a certain sum over to the users to complete the transaction. And there's always a margin within those transactions, which will be shared between the super app and the mini apps. So that's how a cycle of a super app would work. On the other hand, the dev tool is something that enables and facilitates that whole cycle, right? The framework itself is something which is a ready-to-use plug-and-play thing that we are working with 2 to 3 clients now in the market. So next year, they're going to be launching it, and you guys will be able to visualize how specifically that's going to work like. So the super app would be able to then have that open platform for integration to any developers within the community. Of course, there's going to be security and also other kind of approval processes, but those are all pre-built inside the framework, controlled by the super apps, which will be the adopters. So this is something which is a bit silly, very simple thing on how to use the super app framework. It comes in the form of an SDK, which is a software development kit. So the app owner itself would actually, perhaps they may be a bank, an insurance company, a fintech, a utility company, telco, or any enterprise, right? So they are the hosts. They are the adopter of the framework. So they will then take the super app SDK, software development kit, and do through about 5 simple steps to integrate that toolkit into their own app. So by doing so, once on each different types of app environment, I think altogether there's about 3, iOS, Android, and also HarmonyOS, Huawei, right? So once they do that, the result is within the app, they will have an App Store function. It's ready for web app services, which is going to be the mini apps building into them. The mini apps would be able to actually have rendering performance that is near native. What's near native is when you have an app, why would the mobile app load faster than the web page? It's because the web page is always calling from the server somewhere not on the device, whilst the mobile app is actually having some things stored inside the device, the phone. So the near-native experience provides that capability to the mini apps that are building inside the super app. So that is one of the performance consideration. And to a certain extent, it may even be able to work offline because some of the things would already be stored within the device. And it's actually on a standard SaaS solution basis. And the benefit of this is actually, for our clients, it actually opens up the resource constraint because they will no longer need to build everything on themselves. They have a ready gateway, and third parties which are interested to collaborate would then be able to easily build within them. And then they can work on the revenue share to actually monetize that. So the end result will actually be that you have a super app with the framework integrated. You can actually provide all sorts of services that the community or the different market participants are able to offer. And when they are offering it, they are able to actually do it on a concurrent and also unaffected basis. That means there's no core dependencies between each of the mini apps when building. So they all control a particular entry into the super app. And this will be able to actually create a very robust service offering to all the users of the super app. So where we come in and what we actually do is, of course, obviously, I've been talking about the framework a lot. That's the foundation of our product. It's a standard thing that we actually pass on to some of our clients which are interested to become a super app to use. That's on a very open source basis. I'll explain that part in the next slides. At the same time, we are also a payment company, a licensed payment company. So for apps that do not have a payment option within the app, we'll be able to help on those areas. We built a lot of services from payment as a starting point, and we built upstream. So we built like loyalties, e-commerce, F&B, and also even an AI for eKYC, user onboarding. So these are some of the standard products that we'll actually be able to offer to our clients to actually use. An example of this is, if you guys know about Boost, right? So the F&B, they have an entrance into the F&B market. So actually, Boost Makan is one of the products that we actually provide over to Boost on a collaborative basis to offer in their app as a super app, right? So we also have a merchant base of about 7,000. So if there's any interest to actually include or expand into the mini app offerings within the super app clients, we'll be able to easily help convert them or help them actually build within it. And the desirable instead of it is that our clients that want to actually become a super app would then be able to have something which is an open platform that is ready for any of the mini apps to actually build within. And at the same time, for day one, we'll be able to actually sort out the payments and also some of the pioneering mini app services, including like movie ticketing, food ordering, motor insurtech. These are actually different sub-product lines within the group that we're actually doing, right? And if there's interest to actually extend this over to other services, for example, if there's any interest to include maybe a university campus, right? Or maybe something which is like a loyalty or rewards kind of program into the whole super app, that's also some of the possibilities that can actually be done, right? So what's the difference from, well, I've been talking about the framework and also super app a lot. So the main difference that I would like to highlight is this is not hiring an army of developers to actually build something for you. It's actually having an application that maybe some of you would already have, right? And it's including in a standard product, which is an SDK, a software kind of a gateway tool. And it allows for you to open up to the whole development community to actually build. Why do we say it's the whole development community? It's because that we do not use any proprietary language. We use some of the most common web development languages, which are like HTML, CSS, and also JavaScript. We don't use something which is like wasting ML or wasting assets. Those are similar to like dialects. We use like normal Chinese kind of a language for the non-developers to visualize a bit. We support some of the most widely used programming frameworks. I'll go into that in a bit more details on the last slide. And this is suited for, based on our understanding and also survey of the whole development community, more than 70% of all programmers, right? We also provide in some enhanced features that allows for discovery of the mini apps within the super apps that's carrying in. So why would we need to have a discovery management tool? Because if you look at scale, the number of mini apps can grow infinitely. So we are talking about something which is like an example of some of the China super apps, right, that goes on this model. We are talking about an average of 2 million mini apps. It's not 20, it's not 50, it's about 2 million different mini apps inside one app. So it's basically an app store itself. So you need to have a discovery function to actually manage how people discover all these different services. And that's also another revenue opportunity for ad space and also for building, and also monetizing some of the different digital assets strategically within the super app. We also provide something which is a converter of the programming product, right? It's actually called a compiler, so I don't want to get too geeky on this part. So the developers that's using our framework would be using standard languages, which is the standard Chinese, for example. We provide a translator that converts it into the dialect. So the dialect would then be suited for not only the super app itself, but also for some of the China super apps that's out there. So this provides a natural advantage for someone that wants to actually build and collaborate with the other super apps. Naturally, they would go with something that they understand first. They would do it in Chinese first, and then later choose to convert into maybe like Hokkien or Hakka, which is the dialect that they eventually can end up with. But there will be a natural advantage for the clients that we're actually working with. And at the same time, it also increases the ARPU for the same user base because 2 million different services that you can provide, right? Very easy to monetize on the average revenue per user. And whilst we are doing it, we always bear an open source mentality. So what does that mean, right? Is that we are introducing something which is for the development community. And on one hand, to all the mini app developers, the framework itself is a ready-to-use public solution. We don't charge anything for those kind of things. And on the other hand, to the super app users, we also charge close to nothing because it's purely for the technical support of looking into how to actually integrate and also assess the compatibility of the apps towards it. So when designing the framework itself, what we looked at is, of course, a lot being the developer community first. So the language, the input language or the programming language or the mini apps that we actually look at are things which are, JavaScript. That is the top language for 8 years in a row, #1 across the world, everywhere. So we also support like React and also Vue. One of it is actually Facebook. Another is actually a spin-off from Facebook and Google. So they are the top 3 languages that's most loved and wanted based on the global surveys. And that is, we are talking about 70 to 60% of all the developers across the world that actually loves and wants to use these kind of languages. And another thing that you need to know about like programmers is that they do not like to learn new dialects like any one of us. We don't mind learning something for passion, but if you are forced to actually learn it, then that's something which creates resentment. So that's why when we were designing through this, what we thought about is, always a developer-first kind of approach. So that pretty much wraps up my presentation for you guys today. So I didn't really prepare like a very scripted thing because it's a spontaneous thing that I thought of sharing of what we're actually doing with all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Teo, for your sharing. It is so impressive. Kindly return to your seat. Well, I think we all agree that we can't run away from the apps, especially super apps. Therefore, digital acceleration is inevitable and is the key to success. Well, today organizations are in different places on the way to digital transformation. And I believe one of the hardest questions is how to get over the initial humps from vision to execution. Well, coming up, we will focus on the enterprise intelligence in action with Huawei Cloud, starting from simple automation to full insights of the business powering digital transformation. As you can see, not only human being needs to be intelligent, enterprise also needs to be smart and intelligent enough to cope with their daily task, to respond quickly to the market needs and demand by tapping on the advantage of digitalization. And we all agree that in an ever-changing world, we need to find methods and ways to cope with new challenges in a fast way. We need to adapt, react, and act quickly. It is no surprise that there is no single solution that solves every problem, but there is one concept that is going for becoming an intelligent enterprise. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our distinguished guests, a gentle reminder to all to put on your mask throughout the dialogue conversation. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Toby Lee Boon Pin, Partner Manager, Huawei Malaysia, to have a dialogue conversation with our partners. And now let's put our hands together to welcome our partners. Firstly, I would like to invite Mr. Nicholas Leong, Business Unit Head, System Management Services. Mr. Robin Ho, CEO, Orange Fin. Coming up next, Mr. John Zhou, General Manager, Yongyo. And finally, we have Mr. Wan Quan and CEO Globe OSS. Well, coming out, let's dive directly into the topic of this dialogue conversation, Enterprise Intelligence in Action with Huawei Cloud, starting from simple automation to full insight of business powering digital transformation. And now, without further ado, I would like to hand over the floor to our moderator, Mr. Topi.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to everyone, and also the gentlemen on the stage. Thank you for joining us here in our Huawei Cloud Summit. So once again, my name is Toby, Partner Manager from Huawei Cloud. This morning, we touched about the key factors and also the importance to select the right partners in your digital transformation journeys. So together with me, I have 4 technology partners here from Huawei Cloud who will be discussing about enterprise intelligence with Huawei Cloud and how shall we move on with our digital transformation journey. So first, Mr. Nicholas, he's the head of Cloud Business Unit from System Management Services. So he's focusing to help customers in digital transformation journey by digitizing their data, increase their work efficiencies, collaborations, and business continuously. So, Nicholas, so we see a lot of companies are facing difficulty to start their digital transformation journey. So in your opinions, what will be the best way to get it started?
Okay, thank you, Toby, for the question. I think you're quite right at the moment that a lot of enterprises are looking at business transformation or digital transformation journey. Now, based on what we have, the companies that we have met, the enterprises that we've spoken to, the reason why they focus so much on digital transformation or business transformation is because they want to stay relevant. They want to become more efficient so that they can leapfrog some of their competitors within the industry. So I think that was the reason why that they went on this digital transformation approach and this journey. So now, talking about the first step on how a company will want to approach digital transformation or business transformation will be where they are at the moment. And currently, based on our experience, there are some companies in Malaysia where they still run their business and operations using manual activities and processes. And as data has become, I think we've been speaking about it, data has become one of the most valuable assets, right, to any enterprise, right? So moving forward, that will be something that we will advise all our customers or enterprises to digitize those processes and make it automatic. So that would be an example. So giving you an example of how enterprises are still running things slightly manually would be SMS has been in the industry for backup and disaster recovery for the past 22 years. So we have met corporations or enterprises that still run their backup to tapes, right, or to external drives. And basically, enterprises in that journey, right, the first step for them would be to back up their data to the cloud, right, because the process is automated. Another example would be enterprises that are looking to share their documents, and they share it in an unsecured way, such as sharing it through public storages, external USB drives, right, and we highly advise against it. So that's something that those enterprises that are on that journey will definitely advise them is that why not use a secure file sharing platform that has audit trails, that has permission protocols and settings that will enable you to prevent data leakages and unauthorized access to your data, right? Now, everything is good, but it'll be pointless to digitize your asset if you do not secure it and you do not prevent it from being prevented and protected from ransomware or external hackers. So basically today, SMS has 3 products in the booth behind you guys. We have Edzo Cloud, which is basically ensuring and helping enterprises to back up their data to the cloud securely. And we have Edzo Share, which is a secure file sharing platform on the cloud that will help enterprises share their files securely to prevent data leakages and also unauthorized access. And the last thing that we have today is SIMS, which is a short form for Security Incident Managed Services, which helps our customer prevent their digitized assets from being protected against ransomware and malware attacks. And so I do invite all of you to give us a visit at the booth behind, and you can ask us any questions and see how SMS can help you all in your digital transformation journey. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Nicholas,
Thank
for
you.
sharing. So In short, ExhaustShare and also cloud is your preferable solutions in digital transformation journey.
Yes.
All right. Next, Mr. Robbins, the CEO and the co-founder of OrangeFin Asia. So OrangeFin Asia is actually an AI-powered RPA startup who developed their own AI robots. So starting from 2018, Robin and the team has successfully helped numerous SMEs and enterprises to automate their business process. So Robbins, automations and AI is always the hot topics when we talk about digital transformations in the markets. So the challenges we heard is it seems to be very difficult to implement automation and AI in their organizations. So how does SME enterprise want to stay compete and at the same time to speed up their digital transformation process?
Thanks, Toby. Thanks, Huawei, for having us here today. The way I look at it is there are two parts of it. The first part is the data. I think going on cloud and making sure that you have a system that can organize your data and collect the information, this is the first step. Our first step is to try to get everything digitized, try to get everything stored, and especially is on the cloud and where you can access it anywhere in the world. Next part is you need to have certain algorithms, certain analytical to understand how all this information can work. So for us, we are actually focusing on robotic process automation, or in that class of software. We call it Orange Workforce, which is actually a digital workforce. Now, having a digital workforce is just like having your data everywhere. If you have your data, you can access it from on the cloud, you can access it from anywhere. However, that physical person still sits in your office, that physical person still, let's say, is in KL or stuff like that. But if you have a digital workforce that is supported, that is implemented via the cloud, actually there's no different where this digital workforce work at. So this is actually a software robots that can help you to do your repeatable and mundane tasks. Now, if you look at most of your daily operations are actually repeatable, actually something that you can actually do day in and day out, the same thing. And it has very limited permutation, so that allows you to actually train the robot to do it. Now, coming back to the last part of how easy and how difficult it is. Now, most of the things that if you can teach an 18-year-old to do, you can actually teach the robots to actually do it. So most of the SME, you would most likely have staff that work for you for some time, and they are doing the same thing all the time. Now, if you can analyze that work, you can actually get a similar worker like an 18-year-old to actually do it. Then you can actually get the digital workforce or the robotic process automation to actually do it. Now, this is actually a software robots that has three big components. One is the Orange AI. The other one is the Orange Vision that allows you to see everything on the screen. And of course, the Orange Board that move the mouse and the keyboard and get the things done. Now, this is actually a software robot. It's not a hardware robot. It's actually a software robot that sits either on a PC or on a server. And now it's quite popular with the banks because it helps to reduce operation costs. Now, it's not just human, but also to make sure that things are proper, things are compliant to. Now, when you teach a robot to do something, it will always do the same thing rather than not. Now, to conclude in terms of ease of use is you still need to spend your time to train the robot. So the robot doesn't come with domain knowledge, like it comes with accounting knowledge or come with supply chain knowledge. You still need to sit down, teach the robot to do it. Now, you need to spend the time and the patience to allow this to happen. Of course, once you teach it, the robot won't leave you. It runs 24/7, and it's always with you all the time. That's the little thing that I have. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Robin. So as far as I heard, a series of Orange solutions will be your ideal solutions to reduce the business errors, to modernize their business process for those SME enterprises. Thank you very much. So next, we would like to have Mr. John, the General Manager from Yongyu. So Yongyu is actually one of the ERP market leaders in China. So they have been aggressively expand their market into globals and with a collaboration with Huawei. So my questions to Mr. John, One of the key challenges is actually when talking about digital transformation, they are afraid to deal with their core and critical systems. So, in your opinion, how they can ensure that the smooth transitioning in their digital transformation journey, and what is the key factors that need to be concerned?
Thanks, Toby. Thanks for Huawei invite us to attend this meeting. As Toby mentioned, Yongyu is an ERP vendor. If we talk about a traditional ERP package, the major purpose would be reduce the cost, enhance the efficiency, right? But however, just we talk about this morning session, one of our distinguished guests mentioned this morning, the cost reduction would have a bottom line, which means at the final day, we will find out you cannot reduce the cost anymore because this is a bottom line. Whatever you have applied, not of emerging technology, whatever you have been structure some management model, for example, IT SSC, Financial Sales Service Center, HR Sales Service Center, something like that. However, this is the end of the reduce of the cost, right? So when we talk about how to go from the ERP to a new areas, this is what we are thinking about. Reduce cost, enhance efficiency. This is what original thing always do and has a very nice performance. But however, when we talk about ERP is a back-end system. When we talk about back-end system, goes further to the front-end systems. This will be a business innovation practice. So because, you know, ERP, normally we talk about the internal process, financial process, manufacturing process, HR process, inventory process. And the target end users would be our internal staff, right? But this process would be relatively stable. Once we have defined the ERP process, 3 years or 5 years more, they will be stable. But however, when we go to front end, when we talk about how to manage the distributor, how to manage our channels, partners, even our customers, this is we call agile business. Compared with ERP traditional field, this is the agile business. The agile business actually can bring us more higher value, which is increase the sales revenue. So this is the most important for most of the boss and most of the decision makers. For example, we have Fei He Dairy and Uni President. Uni President is come from Taiwan, and Fei He Dairy is come from China. Fei He Dairy is a leading dairy companies in China, has more than 100,000 outlets across of China. And they has applied the solution for the whole distribution and the channel solutions. These solutions will enable the management has a transparent, real-time information to enable them make a quick, right decisions. So as a result, this solution has bring more than 30% of the sales revenue increase for the Fei He Dairy. So this is a very, very great examples. So ever before we talk about how to reduce the cost, but right now, not only reduce the cost, but also we're going forward to front end, how to increase the sales revenue. So this is our suggestion, say, both of the front end and the back end should be the streamlined. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. John, for sharing about we should concern more about how much value that we are able to add on to the company, instead of just asking for more commercial price savings or maybe discounts from the digital transformation journey. So thank you. Last, we would like to have Mr. An from CEO of Group OSS. So Mr. An is actually from Group OSS is actually one of the leaders in the telco big data solutions. Their experts is actually deal with the data, analyze and make use of the data. So, Mr. An, the main area about digital transformation for the enterprises is organization change, technologies, process, and data. We have covered 3 of the areas except data, which is something that you are expert in it. So a lot of people are talking about data is the new oil in the industry, and it is a key important asset in the company right now. So how they can continuously innovate further by using data or transform their company, become a data-first company?
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Toby. Good evening to our fellow panelists. Thank you very much. We at Globe OSS Digital are very fortunate to be able to work with most of the major mobile and telco operators in Southeast Asia. Of course, in Malaysia, it will be companies like Maxis, Telekom Malaysia, Weebee, Celcom, Digi, U-Mobile, and so on. So all of us are mobile users one way or another. So we are fortunate to be able to work with these companies over the last 15 years. And telco in general, or rather you will probably imagine telco is basically a digital company. Everything is digital. The customer is digital, the subscribers, every one of us is identifiable by an IMSI number or mobile number. The location are digital, marketing data is digital, billing data is digital, planning data is digital, everything is digital. So we are fortunate to be able to work with telcos. We are monitoring about 30 million subscribers today in Malaysia. Every click you make, WhatsApp, YouTube, Facebook, you name it, is being monitored by telco, and they use that to monetize their business and to increase operational efficiencies. So Toby is saying about data. Data is just data, but if data is not actionable, it's not valuable. So data is only valuable if it is actionable. So we realized that over the last 15 years, working with various data sets, one of the common, or rather one of the very special data, we realized that 80% of the data sets revolves around geography or location. What we realized is that in the virtual world, when the rubber hits the road, is actually location. You think about analytics. How do you visualize analytics? It's all about maps. How do you visualize a particular group of users? It's also location. How are you influenced by the different people? It's also influenced by the person nearest to you, and so on and so forth. So when the virtual world or the data analytics is being analyzed through data science and everything else, we need to be able to present our insights, or we need to be able to present the next action. And we realize that geospatial data is special. That's our internal joke. Geospatial data is basically a geography intelligence data, or we call it location intelligence data, where we monitor the different areas. One of the learnings that we have in telco, which we believe can also be shared across the different industries like finances, different industries like manufacturing, e-commerce, and so on and so forth. We believe that the data, for example, maybe in a telco environment, the assets are distributed, the customers are distributed. We learn a lot of data science-related use cases that can be used to increase operational efficiencies. For example, in various operators, we work with smart capacity planning. Now, telcos, for example, invest about 600 million to 900 million a year on capex. Now, if you could save 10 to 15% through AI, to data science, to geospatial it, we can save a lot of money. So we have helped operator save tons of money. Maybe we should have a revenue share with them along the way, but we have implemented the services together with them to understand. So I think capex expenditure, fraud analysis, list routing, and many use cases. We have like hundreds use cases on geospatial analytics. The other areas that telco use geospatial is on customer experience. They use third-party data. We create a customer experience index, what we call a CEI. CEI is basically a customer experience index which is distributed geographically, and we ingest third-party data to look at their performance against their competitor. And therefore, they will then do certain action to increase the number of base stations, or to increase the number of sales channel, or to increase the number of targeted marketing, and so on and so forth. And then lastly, is in the area of increase of revenue. Data analytics can help a lot in increase of revenue. For example, in one of the operators, they are offering a fiber to the home. So they realize that 10%, if you have 10% of the users within that particular area, the chances of upselling is very high, and based on certain criteria of that particular area. So what we have done is that we create a twin sites. We call it twin sites. In other words, we model a particular area, and then we look at an area across Malaysia that has got similar propensity to have upsell. And we realize that they have increased the sales by 30% just by looking at propensity and twin sites across Malaysia, and so on and so forth. So these are various areas that, that we could be of help. Global SS, although humbly, we are one of the largest data analytics company for telco space, but we believe that we want to venture into enterprise. We want to work together with you, whether you are in finance or whether in manufacturing, e-commerce, in whatever industry you're in. We'll be happy to be able to interact with you, spar with you with some ideas, and also understand your business challenges. We can share some of our experiences from telco, and I think cross-pollination of ideas will generate new ideas. And we are looking forward to be able to interact with all of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. An. Thank you very much for your fruitful sharing on the differentiation of data and how enterprises or even the SMEs can make use of data. So I hope you all enjoy the sessions. All of our partners actually have a booth at the end of this hall. So if you are interested to their solutions, feel free to talk to them, to their team or themselves behind of this hall in their booth. So thank you once again. So I will pass the floor to my colleagues, to next session, my colleagues, Yun Hua. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your views. Kindly return to your seat. Also, our sincere gratitude to Mr. Toby for moderating this dialogue conversation for us. Sharing views on stage just now are Mr. Nicholas Leong, Mr. Robin Hu, Mr. John Zhou, and Mr. Wan Quan An. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in the past, what made life more convenient for our grandparents would call magic or supernatural powers. But now, we call it technology. Or more precisely, we call it artificial intelligence. It is fascinating the way artificial intelligence, AI, has become so involved in our existence, and we encounter it in our daily life even without realizing it. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, many recognize that artificial intelligence is changing the whole world, and it has enhanced our quality of life, helping millions of people to solve all kinds of problems. However, there are also a lot of fear and anxiety. Should we embrace the new technologies or avoiding it? It is a blessing or a curse. Let's listen to our partners for their views. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final dialogue discussion. Without further ado, I would like to invite our moderators of this topic. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Chang Yun Hua, Partner Manager, Huawei Malaysia, to have a dialogue conversation with our partners. And a gentle reminder to all, kindly put on your mask throughout the discussion. Firstly, let's put our hands together to welcome our partner, Ms. Yi Yun, founder from Aye Solutions. Mr. Yo Yok Yi, Business Development Manager, Sophic Automation. Mr. Carter Lim, COO from Zamru. And we have Mr. J.A. New, Chief Executive Officer, HESA IoT. Well, our moderator and partners will share their views on this topic. Artificial intelligence is changing our lifestyle, a blessing or a curse. And now I shall hand over the floor to our moderator, Ms. Chang.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining the session. It was a wonderful sharing by my colleagues and the fellow honorable guests. So, my name is Yun Hua. I'm the partner manager from Huawei Cloud. I will be the moderator for this session, mainly talking about how do we enable intelligent lifestyle through Huawei Cloud. So, without further ado, together with me, I have Yi Yun from Aye Solution. It's not Aye Solution, yeah? It's Aye Solution. I have Yao Yi from Sophic Automation, Carter from Zanru, and also New from HESA IoT. Okay? So let me first introduce Yao Yi. Okay. Yao Yi is actually the BD Director from Sophic Automation. Sophic Automation is one of the leaders in transforming the MNC and SME manufacturer in process automation with industrial IoT embedded technology capability. So Yao Yi, okay, the pandemic has been accelerate the speed of digitalization in our lifestyle, including workspace. So my question to you is, what is the common challenge of the companies during the pandemic, and how shall they adapt and resume the operation without affecting the efficiency in workplace?
Thanks, Jennifer, asking this question. Also, thanks to Huawei invite us here. So, during this COVID-19 pandemics, it not only changed our lifestyle, but also our work style. Okay, many companies create new policy to ensure the employee work in safe environments in order to make operations keep running. So most of the company, they face how to maintain culture remotely. As we all know, nowadays, workers are encouraged to work from homes. Okay, so, and how to, how to say, I'm sorry. And they're encouraged from home. So even to have vaccine rolled out, not all the companies expect they back to work 5 days a week. So work from home or work remotely become the popular options in this new post-pandemic normals. So, and sorry. Okay. So the work environment can change, and also the management style change. So, and the companies, either they want to trust the people or have to come out with a new system to remote management the people. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking to my answer. So it depends on digitalization maturity in companies. So some companies haven't ready for digitalization in workplace. So it causes major impact to productivity, So safety policies, because we also, in Malaysia, we also implement a lot of safety policies, like maintain social distancing,
enforced to wear masks, then a lot of this kind of I'm sorry, because today I'm not really feel well. And okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
Can
okay,
you have a
sure.
second? I'm really not
Sure.
feeling well today.
No worries, no worries. It's okay. So actually, we have a discussion with Mr. Yao, and actually, we also been to Penang to visit Sophie Automation and their customer. So actually, they are quite a large IoT transformation MNC company and helping some of the MNC. And then perhaps I think because Ms. Yao Yi was rushing from Penang all the way to Genting, so today he's a bit not feeling well, so no worries. Let us go through the next topic, which is the intelligent lifestyle in retail. So let me introduce Yi Yun. So Yi Yun is the founder of iSolution. iSolution is actually a startup focused on artificial intelligence, computer vision, big data for retail, hospitality, and security, founded in 2020. So Yi Yun.
Thanks for the introduction, Yunhua, and good afternoon to all. It's an honor to be invited as a panelist for these sessions here. So back to your questions on how the company was founded during the pandemic. So during the pandemic, I noticed that there was still a demand for shopping in person, but there was no real innovative solutions by the retail industry to address the inefficiencies because of a lot of SOPs and also the new expectations from shoppers. And although the unmanned store concept is not new in Malaysia, an autonomous store powered by AI technology has not been introduced in Malaysia before. So in 2021, we achieved our first milestone with the launch of our proof of concept store for the autonomous store solution that we introduced to the Malaysian market, which is also Malaysia's first AI-powered autonomous store. Through the combination of machine learning, computer vision, and multi-sensor technologies, our solutions actually eliminates virtually all the physical touchpoints and also enables shoppers to enjoy a frictionless grab-and-go shopping experience. So today, I would like to share more about the importance of data and also how AI technology that we use with our solutions can help to drive it. Imagine you as a store owner of a convenience store and you want to better understand your consumers, your customer, and also the product preference. You need data and lots of data to help you understand who is shopping at your store, what they are buying, why they are buying, and how frequent, how often they patronize at your store, and etc. So given the fast pace of business environment today, it's necessary for all business owners to have insight into who they are serving and also to build customer loyalty and retentions. And it's very difficult to implement this in the physical retail world. It's very challenging given that the traditional retail models is not equipped for such purpose. So our autonomous retail solutions is introduced not only to automate the process, but also with a lot of analytics data that we use. For instance, as a store manager, you'll be able to have access to a real-time inventory management, sales, and this will help you to actually decide and determine what products to be pushed for promotions and for discount to reduce your loss on supply chains and also to prevent the spoilage on this issue. At the same time, the platform that also allows you to look at the customer profile, whereby you can have access to whether the customer purchasing power, shopping preference, shopping behaviors, and also how frequent they visit your store. So these are all the analytics that we provide on the platform, and the manager themselves can use it to issue a very customized vouchers to the customer to encourage sales in the store. So on top of these things, there are also different things that we are adding to the solution. For instance, facial recognitions, and also the behavior recognitions, and the relationship between customer. So that's what we actually want to introduce to the physical retails, whereby back then, these analytics, most of the time, you only get it on e-commerce. For instance, we can actually measure how many times a product is being picked up in the store, and also the number sold. So with this method, we can actually figure out the conversion rate of a specific product. And these are actually one of the most valuable features on e-commerce, and we make it available for physical retail these days. Yeah. So back to today's sections on whether AI is actually helping, is a curse or blessing. To us, it's actually not either a curse or not a blessing at all. It's actually an opportunity for us to explore how we can participate, in this entire digitalizing world using AI here.
Okay, so thank you, Yish, so much for sharing. Actually, we also have been to iSolution, iSmart Store, which is located at UA Building, Tower 8, if I'm not mistaken. So feel free to visit anytime because we have been experienced the unmanned shop. We just download the apps, connect your GrabPay, and just go inside, take whatever things, put in your bag, or if you want to hide anywhere, it's fine. It will still charge you in the end of the day. So it's a kind of new experience. So feel free to visit UA Building in KL, it's somewhere near Subang. Yep. Okay, so next we have Carter, the co-founder of Zenru. Zenru is a data technology company that focuses on social listening, analytic, omni-channel solution for chatbot and customer support. Zenru has an active presence in Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and Japan. They are helping partners brands to optimize their decision-making process using social unstructured data. So, Carter, my question to you is, our lifestyle has been much affected by social media nowadays. What do you think by listening and following the social media platform could help the business to do better marketing and transformation in business?
Thank you, Yunhua. First of all, thank you to Huawei that are inviting me to be on the panel discussion. Yes, like what Yunhua has been mentioned, social media today is no doubt that it's already in our life. So everyone having social media. Whoever don't have a social media, please raise your hand. So I don't see a hand, so that's good. So actually, social media is very complex, right? So it comes with a lot of unstructured data, and then it is manipulated by a lot of people. Anonymity and volume is huge, and uncertainty, and as well as a lot of irrelevant junk data. So, but somehow for a brand, for businesses, we still need to rely on social media because social media is still today the biggest communication platform that brands can really go and understand what is a consumer thought, how consumers think about their brands, how consumers think about their products, and as well as their competitor. So by having a proper tools that actually can helping a brands in order to start from tracking, monitoring, and categorizing and analyzing the social unstructured data, this will be able to helping the brands to find how to find the actionable insight. Like just now, today we have been discussed a lot about digital transformation, how to utilize the data. If data without actionable, the data are no value. Only a data with an actionable, that is a create the value on it. So today, with a social data that due to the complexity, actually it is one of the big challenges for digital transformation today. And with a solution that actually able to structure the data and then put into a proper visualization, it will help businesses and also data analysts to find the actionable insight on it. And apart from this, right, there will be one more challenge that for the businesses today. Probably everyone has been heard about cookieless is coming, right? So how to do business when cookieless is coming? So this is a big challenge for most of the businesses today. And businesses is always looking at how can I utilize my first-party data? And the challenges that today businesses are having is all my first-party data is always the offline data. How can I merge the online and the offline? Especially how can I know who is him in the social media? So if we have a solution today in order to help the brands, the businesses to merging the social data and the offline data, this will really help the brands in order to do the personalized targeting, can study the customer journey, and can give a better customer experience. So to me, social media is unavoidable. It's here, it's already part of the life. So how that we need to do is to get the better tools, to get a better way in order to optimizing to help our business. Thank you.
Thank you, Carter. So I very agree on Carter because knowing why the customer like or dislike your brand, react rapidly, getting the feedback through social media is very important because that's very crucial to maintain the brand value in the markets. Thank you so much, Carter. Last but not least, we have Neil, the co-founder of Hexa IoT. Thank you so much, Neil, for joining our session. Like Chi Xiong mentioned, you are our friends since Huawei Cloud started in the day one. Thank you so much. So Hexa IoT is actually a startup company that developing and provide IoT technology solution for machinery, equipment to improve manufacturing qualities, achieve optimum production. So Mr. Neil, my question to you is, Hexa IoT has been helping a lot of different SME in improving their production quality. So could you share us one of your most success cases that you have been through?
Yeah, sure, Yunhua. All right. Basically, nowadays, a lot of us, we talk about smart manufacturing, smart farming. Like just now, a lot of analysts also share about big data, AI. So how do we actually get those data? What Hexa IoT do is like we assist our partners to automate the data collections process from offline to online. A lot of us actually, we misconceptions about this IoT is only for monitoring, but actually it's not. All right, with the data that we collected, is actually helping us to understand even better on our business process. Traditionally, a lot of farmers, when things happens, all right, to their crops, all right, or to their livestock, they will talk about it might be the weather, might be this, or might be that. We don't have any scientific proof. With data collections, we can actually answer to all these questions with data. Let me share with you one success story, a success use case that we're partnering with Telur. All right, Telur basically is an aquaculture fish farm. They're farming one very special and endangered fish species called sturgeon. All right, sturgeon basically is a very high value fish. All right, the whole fish is full of value, and then the easier for you to understand what is sturgeon basically is like this sturgeon is having the caviar. All right, so we know caviar. They actually started this farming quite successfully in Malaysia, and something's very special, and they are the only one that doing this farming, this fish farming in Malaysia for this species. And it's not easy. They do a lot of studies with biology, scientists, to make it happen in Malaysia. Actually, this fish is not readily in Malaysia one, and they make it happen here. So next, since this is something so special and endangered one, they are trying to do something to ensure the quality of their farming process. So we're helping them with deploying IoT technology. All right. To start, we help them to monitor the water quality to ensure the quality farming. And at the same time, we collect the data 24/7 so that they can understand even better how the fish grow. All right. What are the parameters that are affecting the fish growth rate? All right. What do we do after data? All right, with the data, basically, we can train like machine learning, big data things to improve the predictions process. We do training, okay, our next plan after this data collection is like, we want to do AI training to analyze the fish behavior. Okay, so from there, we can understand even better with the fish behavior combined with the parameters from like weather, environment, water qualities, all right? With this to predict what will happen next if we see this fish look like this. This not only to reduce the damage, is also to improve the farming yield. We believe that after we achieve this, with the data collected, with the AI assist, we can go to the ultimate stage. We call that the preventions. All right, so when we put all these sensors, cameras to monitor the whole farming, we can assist the farmers, all right, to enhance the farming process. At the same time, we can predict and prevent whatever things happen beyond our imaginations, or also during any like raining time, night time, it's not easy for us to send our operators, farmers to go around to monitor. Yep. So this use case, I think, is something that can link to our real life. Yeah, beside those manufacturings. And then Telok and ourselves, actually, we are looking for collaboration partner as well. So if any of you are interested to explore more, yep, so the co-founder of Telok actually is here. They are there, yeah, Mr. AJ. And ourselves, tonight, we'll join a dinner. So you're welcome, yeah, to have some discussion. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Neil. So I believe Hexa was starting from spices manufacturing, become an IoT company, and they have collect a lot of industrial knowledge from agriculture to aquaculture. So looking forward, the caviar that made in Malaysia, and soon to be, I guess, durian, which is our unique product in Malaysia, might be able to replicate in other places. However, I still think Musang King is the best in Malaysia. Yep. Okay. So thank you so much, my fellow panel discussion. I mean, it's a fruitful sharing from the aspect of intelligent lifestyle, from workplace, retail, social media, and real case study. So I hope you all enjoy the session. And all of our partners, they have a booth behind. So I'm not sure if just now have you go to the booth behind that we have a drone performance. So feel free to visit to all our partners' booth and have a more chats, more discussion with them. So thank you so much. That's all from my side. I'll pass back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you all, and a special thank you to Ms. Chang Yunhua for moderating this dialogue discussion for us. And of course, a big thank you as well to our partners. They are Ms. Yi Yun, Mr. Yo Yok Yi, Mr. Cartelin, and Mr. J.A. New. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now comes to the end of our conference, but a wonderful beginning with our relationship with Huawei Malaysia. As the saying going, this is not the beginning. This is neither the ending. This is not even the beginning of the ending, because this is just the end of the beginning. Well, before I sign off from this prestigious event, I would like to once again extend my sincerest gratitude to each and every one of you. Thank you so much for taking time off your busy schedule to attend the Huawei Cloud Summit Conference 2021. And I sincerely hope that everyone has a beautiful and bountiful evening. Also, a gentle reminder, you are cordially invited to attend the dinner that we specially organized for you. Dinner will be served at 6:30 p.m. at Fuhu next door and Highline at Level 4 Sky Avenue. Our ushers will lead you there. I'm delighted to be your MC of today, and I hope to see you guys again on the next Huawei event. Have a nice day.